Hello and welcome back to Age of Wonders 4. We are starting off a brand new campaign this morning, checking out the new necromancy changes in Primal Fury. We're going to be playing as a giant necromantic dragon who leads a group of dark dwarves or Duragar or Dwager, depending on your pronunciation, as we kind of expand out in secret through the underground of a campaign and pop our head up to Steel Wonders and go for a magic victory. That's the plan for this campaign. We are going to create a random realm. As per usual. We're going to make it very large. We're going to throw 9 players on it on brutal difficulty. We're going to customize it. Or we're going to hit that random button. Let's hit it 7 times and see what we come up with. We've got a lava divide. Okay. Overgrown realm. Forest provinces are common. Desert and Arctic and desolate provinces are absence. That's very funny with a magma realm, but okay. Frostling influence. So a lot of frost damage. We're going to take off any campaign objective. And I'm going to take off world seals, I think. Last time we played with an active world seals, which was very, very fast. It only required 100 points. We could throw on a dormant world seals. I have no idea how many points that would be, but it would slow things down pretty substantially. I'd like to see. We did a seals victory last time, so let's do something different. What else do we have? The Curse of Undeath. The inhabitants of this realm are cursed with restless death. A marauder in free cities gain. When this unit dies, it is resurrected with 20% of its maximum hit points after 1 turn. Yuck. All right. Hostile houses. The houses are at realm and used to treachery and war. Empires suffer minus 10 allegiance and minus 400 relations with every free city they meet. So basically there is no vassalization that can happen through diplomacy. And ancient wonders are common. That'll be good for us. That might make a magic difficulty require us to bind an insane amount of ancient wonders, though. But I'm willing to see what it's all about. So this is like... what a weird map. The only thing that doesn't really fit for me here is overgrown. But why not? It spices things up in a weird way. So we have a lava... You know what? This looks like lava and overgrown. We'll call it the Boiling Forests. The realm of the Boiling Forests. And we are going to go into advanced settings. We're going to go into factions. We're going to go generated rulers instead of custom rulers. And we're going to confirm.
Your journey.
Lava overgrowth but frost damage, right? It is a weird combo. Now we are going to play as a faction we made the other day, which if this is on YouTube, we're going to cut to the character creator right now. Okay, so for this necromancy playthrough, I want to be playing as a big necro dragon commanding a group of Duragar is the thought. So let's just take all of these out. I'm going to take underground adaptation for these guys because they are dwarves. And I'm playing as like an undead dragon is the hope. Now, there's a few options on how I could go with this. We could go overwhelm so that we have like lots of little dwarven skeletons. But my understanding is actually when you're playing necromancy, the new necromancy is most of the characters you're raising as undead aren't your own. So my own characters will mostly be things like necromancers and white witches, maybe. I don't even think that we're going to take white witches. So probably like necromancers, and then that like might be it. Whatever the dark caster is. Originally, I had this idea of going poisonous and overwhelm was what I was going to do, because I like the idea of doing extra like blight damage, 60% chance of inflicting poison. Now, the flip of this, of course, is that like as undead, we will be immune to poison damage, so it's a bit of a wasted point here. And we already have blight resistance, but it makes us super, super duper blight resistant. So things like plants would be really easy to fight. And then the overwhelm would just be because like we're undead, right? I want to swarm people with undead. You know what? I think I am going to go with this. I don't know that this is going to be a good decision, but we're going to give it a shot.
What is
Herbivores, underground dwarves eating moss. Well, they're going to be undead, so they shouldn't be eating anything. For a bit, I thought about doing reavers for these guys, or going primal and taking tunneling spider. But I think we're just going to go dark. Not tunneling spider. I was going to go glacial mammoth, but I think dark is still the way to go. Main reasons for this is, you know, when you're playing as undead, you end up with a lot of city stability problems. And there's a couple of spells that also like sap city stability quite a lot. We're always going to be trying to like kill guys. It's going to be a very aggressive game, so extra knowledge is very good. And then Call the Weak just stacks really good with the Shadow Tomes. Shadow and Chaos, really.
What defines their society?
For spells, societies, I want to go with Hermit Kingdom, because I'm really thinking about doing a magic victory with these guys, is what I was thinking. So Hermit Kingdom is all about making sure your stuff doesn't touch, and if it does touch, you can go to war. So going to war a lot will fill our crypts, will give us lots of people, lots of bodies, lots of undead to work with. And Hermit Kingdom means that we can actually leave all of our cities super apart from each other. Works very well when we're underground, but it also means that we can find gold wonders. So anytime we find a gold wonder, that's where we can decide to set up a city. So I'm going to take Hermit Kingdoms. And then we're going to take Powerful Evokers. Because it's going to mean that our mages, these guys, and our necromancers, most importantly, start with +1 rank. It's also going to give us extra combat casting points in the battle, which is going to be key. I'm looking at most of my fights as being like something like 2 necromancers and then probably like 4 frontline units and my hero. Except for brains. We can eat lots of brains. This is true. The avian will have necromancers. Oh, that's not a bad one. That's not a bad one at all. Paradox usually pretty good at making DLC optional extras. Any essential updates that come with DLC are free patches. Yeah, they've done a really good job with that, I think, with the free patches on this one. They've been pretty solid.
Of magic.
Obvious decision here is Tome of Necromancy. We got to be able to harvest souls. We need to get a necromancer. We need early soul wells. Everything about this is good for us.
What is your ruler's origin?
And we're going to be a Dorgon.
Reveal yourself.
We're going to be a Shadow Dorgon. Which also, I guess, means we need to be some version of purple. Does kind of make sense, doesn't it? The deepest, darkest purples we can get. It just feels right. Maybe I go purple and black. This is so far pretty fitting. What's the new stuff under Shadow Affinity? It's all glacial mammoths. Okay. I do like this skull. We're gonna be all about being an undead dragon is gonna be the idea. There are no Dragon Dawn banners, I'm just realizing. Or if they are, I haven't unlocked them. It's also quite possible. Quite possible. We could just take like the symbol for magic. This is like actually the symbol for elementals. Summon elemental, I think is this. I mean, there are some dragon stuff up here. Just need to keep them pushing out map modifiers and unique changes. Sometimes games feel kind of samey. Yeah. I mean, the more I think that they can do to the map, I'd love to see like a bunch of new wonders added. That's probably what I would want more than anything else, is add more wonders. I think they still need to do more to the sea, and I'm hoping we're going to get that in the like Eldritch expansion, the weird occult Eldritch expansion. It seems like the sea layer is like not quite there yet, and the nega form is helping with that. But it's not quite, it's still not quite there yet. Oh yeah, I always forget about skin decoration is where all the real coloration comes in for dragons. This is a nice one. Black with purple. Oh, that looks great actually. It's just the right amount of coloring. Now, if I'm a shadow dragon, I think I want to be like skin and bones. I might go classic look here. Just the back spikes. It's either the back spikes or... Okay, this is just more back spikes, so let's take those. For scale type, let's go with this weird, like, sinewy looking one. I'm gonna make them relatively normal sized. Huge wings, though. Is this what I want? He's like the Slender Man of dragons. This might be what I want. Might become a little bit longer there. Wonder if it would be possible to make an off-brand Balrog. Imagine it required leaning heavily into chaos and fire tomes, demonic transformations. Yeah, I mean, I think you can. The Balors, which are like the tier 5 chaos mythic unit, are basically off-brand Balrogs. Silvers for the win. I do like the blues. If I had to pick chromatic, I do love a good blue dragon. Gargoyle dragon. It's got some gargoyle energy for sure. What about the tail here? Little stubby tail? Let's go like sort of long. I love the idea. It's just like so long and spiny that it's kind of horrifying. Wow, I don't know which pose I like more. He looks like a weird, creepy gremlin in this pose, which is very fitting. This one's also so interesting. He has like his hand on his knee. He kind of is in like the football, like blue 42, blue 42. But this one is also just so imposing. Especially like, I'm assuming when you take shadow manifestation or whatever it is, like the level 12 ability, he probably becomes undead, and I bet like his wings and stuff will get all decayed. I'm guessing he becomes like a full-blown undead dragon. Have I played a Reaver game yet? I have not, no. It is the one I am really like missing. Okay, so both of these are kind of... The only thing I don't like about this is that his arm clips literally directly through his leg. And that's going to drive me wild, so let's take this pose. Creepy gremlin pose is best. It does look a little bit better. But I'm worried I'm going to get annoyed by that. And I think this is just going to look really good when he becomes undead. It's so similar. It's almost identical. You get bone armor on your chest when you take the shadow transformation. Okay, that's sick. Longer body, he probably won't be clipping so much. Yeah, but then I have to make a longer body. You're making good arguments, though. All right, we can take it. We'll make him a little bit longer. You can't really tell when he's in this, like, pose anyway. Oh, I love how gaunt he is already. He's such an awful-looking dragon. Horns. I do like the bling. Dreadlock dragons are really funny. What's the right look for you? I don't think it's demon horns. It might be like these basic looking ones. Just like classic evil horns. Make them pale instead of dark? Maybe. What faces do we have? Derpy. I'm a dragon. I think that's what Paul's face was. Ooh. That one's kind of tasty. That one's very long and mean. That one's kind of avian. Do I like this long snout, this short snout, or this guy? I kind of like this base guy. Wow, that completely changes the way he looks. That's very funny. I like that a lot. Oh my god, they all look so funny when you make their head super tiny. Wah, wah. The fact that they like raise their neck up as well is just unbelievably humorous. I think I'm gonna go full length on this guy. Again, it's all about being like bony and pointy and sinewy. Dreadlock dragons look like birds, not dragons. Yeah, there's a lot of good like bird dragon overlap. Killed a Balor in a blinding flash. Did 100 points of damage to anything within 100 feet. Very nice. Look with now horns all kind of look like a raven. I may have to use that with the necromancer idea. I mean, if you go like primal, the new primal with the crow primal, you can also do some pretty fun stuff. The thing is as well is like you can also take one of the new Pantheon unlocks is a bow that gives you summon Grimbeak Crow, which is also a very fun idea if you want to go Crowmancer. Tiny head looks kind of fat, yeah. God, there's head length and there's head size. I think we're going to cut right in the middle here. No, I think I'm going to go one small. Is the purple on purple too much? I love these like pupilless eyes. I kind of want to do that. It makes it look like he's like fueled by magic. He is going to be all about living underground, summoning hordes of undead demons. Secluded ruler who values purity of mind, or who believes in a strong defensive force. Isolation, weary of treaties. Or is he like a cunning ruler who values power and treachery? He's a hermit kingdom, so I feel like isolationist has to be... Definitely not peaceful coexistence. I think he's going to be a fanatic isolationist. You wanted to see what he looks like with like a pale skin color. Well, that's dramatically different. Man, I did not even realize we were on that color. The skin decorations are so wild. This one is like soaked in blood. Honestly, with the deep dark purple, you can barely see the difference on any of them. This one looks pretty good. It makes him a bit more blue. I like that the purple comes out in his chest more. But I don't know that we need it. He just has this like purple, like he's just being like basked in this purple light. The dragon colorations are so bizarre. Ooh, I mean, this one really brings out the purple. What looks the most undead? Obviously, blood is great. I'd have to go deep purple if we went blood, and you can kind of barely see it when you do that. I like this one, but it puts too much gold on him. Yeah, even when you like lighten it up or darken it up. What's this one like with the deep dark? All right, I'm between you and you. Now I'm wondering if I shouldn't go with the purple eyes as well. Your necromancer, feathery mane. It looks super avian. Super good. Super good. Looks great as is. I swipe right if I got him on Tinder. Would white not be a good shout for undead? He's gonna be like an underground, like Duragar dragon. So that's why I was kind of going for like the dark and purple. Also, it's just like my other necromancer looks like a skeleton already, Bone Daddy. So I wanted to make a little bit of variation. I think I'm gonna take this one. It's a good underbelly. I like the coloring. We'll even go with the purple eyes. It might be overkill, but we'll give it a shot. No sun, white skin. Yeah, but we all know that Duragar are a racist stereotype. So they are what they are. Can I even get a Duragar color? Not really. Can you get a good white dragon? I mean, white dragon covered in blood does look pretty good. All right, chat, I need some feedback here. The thing is when he goes shadow, he's gonna get all this like bone armor. Which is gonna look super sick on him. Especially if he's really dark. That does feel too dark though. I think this is it. That's what we go with. Like the dark purple, let's keep him dark, yeah. Wasn't a white dragon, it was a piebald red dragon. White looks like a jumbled mess. Yeah, it's like, it all shows up like too much. It doesn't blend well enough. Honestly, we probably should reinstall the mods that let us like change color better. Duragar can be short and stout. There's a possibility we take Spawnkin. I guess this is kind of gray skinned. I know it's like green, but that's kind of Duragar. It's still a bit light, but maybe I can add some skin decorations to give them a bit more, zhuzh them up a bit, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, we'll give him the deep eyeshadow. That's a good look. We'll probably go with like a classic dark steel. Now, I want to say that Duragar have white hair, but I'm going to have to Google it. Because I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, they have white hair. Okay, I can't stack the skin decorations either. Polar bear is a very good fit. Oh, but so are the warhounds. Oh, I might have to give them the warhounds. These are one of the new ones. That's a pretty good looking group. White with all those red looks cool. All white on the other hand looks like something that's never seen the sun. Yep. A teapot, little teapot, short and stout. A little dwarvy, short and stout. I like this. I think this is a good evil undead character.
Your journey begins.
All right. I need all of the puns. Let's get some puns going in here. Am I even spelling Duergar correctly? Certainly I'm not. D-U-E-R. I'd love to call them something like cursed Duergar or something like that. Or like haunted Duergar. The idea is kind of like they are like bound to this guy's will, who's also, I'm now just seeing, got a lot of mind flayer energy to him, which is traditional to the Duergar. So Rad Punzel, Duergar, it's not our fault we can't stand. Leave the pasty skinned folk to love alone. Necromancer. I mean, maybe. Maybe. What about accursed? I feel like, what's the difference between being cursed and accursed? I've never really been clear on that. I feel like they're both the same thing. Dwagar, yeah. Duergar or Dwagar, yeah. I think Dwagar is actually correct. Based on Baldur's Gate 3. The Necromancer. But he's a dragon. He's not a vampire. The Bone Pit for the Throne City name. What about like actually Bone Horde? Because he's a dragon. Or like Skull Keep. This is one unfortunate thing. When I remade all my characters, the Throne City names didn't keep. So I have to go back and watch all my old VODs and pull out the Throne City names for all of my capital cities and like re-edit them back in. Dracolich. Oh, that is actually what I was going to give him as a title. I forgot that that's kind of what we were doing. While I don't love the randomizer a lot of the time, it does a pretty good job with dragon names. Shadow Tax. Lol. Throne City names was not an option added in the Wolf update. That's what I figured. I didn't think it was originally there. And this explains why it didn't save on all my old ones, so. Charon is a good one. Charon is a good one. It's traditionally with a C. But he's a dragon, so it should be like... So we spell it with a K and an apostrophe in the middle of it. Charon Gatekeeper? Is that too weird? I feel like gatekeeper is such a complicated term nowadays. It, in theory, sounds like such a cool thing. We could call him, like, Charon Bone Lord. Hungry for bones. The dread Dracolich Charon. Lich. Oh, it was pronounced as Lick? Oh, no, Lich for sure. Hoarder of bones? Oh, that's not a bad one. I kind of want to go with Skull Keep. If it's the capital, and then we could name the other places like Bone Horde. Bone Crusher. Gatekeeper is a title for a troll race. Oh, that would be good. Could we make goblins into trolls? If we made goblins really big, would they look like trolls? Probably not. But I love the thought of it. We'd have to take super growth. Oh, further. Oh, man, that's a fun one. I like that idea. Yeah, Phelan, that's a really good idea. Sorry. A troll race. We could definitely do goblins with super growth and make a troll race. I like it. Classic D&D naming convention. Take a regular word, add an apostrophe, change a letter or two. It's always the way we do it. Dracolich Charon, Hoarder of Bones. Stout, hardy, and stubborn beings who are used to living in the most rugged regions of the world. They can thrive underground as well as anyone else could above ground. They have poisoned glands which they use to fend off attackers. They work together to bring down the largest of foes, pursue power, and turn to dark, forbidden magics, caring little about the well-being of their people. They believe peace and quiet is vital for study and will fight to ensure that peace and quiet is achieved. They have a talent for destructive magic, and it shows. Freezing lava realm that's overgrown with plant life. It's a weird one. This realm, I feel like this realm is just like destabilizing at this point. It's got too much going on. And thankfully we're underground, which I kind of forgot about for a moment. A new ruler emerges. Explore your surroundings, expand your domain, face your rivals, and become master of this realm. Your choices will shape the new Age of Wonders 4. We have 6 shadow affinity, which is so much, and 1 astral affinity. We've gotten the Tome of Necromancy. We are Dwarfkin, dark, with underground adaptation, poisonous, and overwhelm tactics. We are a hermit kingdom, so we have to stay away from everybody and also keep our cities away from everybody, which is going to be the tricky part. And powerful evokers. Starting off, we get Necrotize. Target enemy unit sustains frost and blight and becomes decaying, and when it dies, it becomes a zombie. Ooh, that's very fun. And Ice Shackles. Sustained frost damage becomes slowed. Now, unfortunately, with all the ice creatures, it's not going to be such a good start. When killing racial units, gain the option to spend souls and create skelly bones. 60% chance of inflicting decaying. Sustained world spell. Gain souls income. Gain gold upkeep. Expert skill. My only thought is we're going to need a way to create skelly bones. Costs 30 gold upkeep. Oh, okay. For 10 souls a turn. I'm going to start with that, because I can't remember how necromancy works entirely. All right, where are we on the map? The bottom left corner, our favorite location. I love when games put me in the bottom left corner. I start with a dragon, a warlock, a dark warrior, and a pursuer. I think I'm going to get a second scout right away. And then I'm gonna go straight for combats. Straight into the combats. Now, what do we want to start with? Growth is obviously always pretty key. Can we even get any nice buildings off the bat? 3 turns. I could build a forester pretty early. We'll probably do that and rush a little bit of early growth. Pierre, good morning. Ah, the early game. Such a peaceful change from the late game when things are absolutely chaotic. And you are fighting off endless hordes. Okay, that's dead end. I don't suppose I start with dig, do I? I do start with dig. Well, said the cat. Gremlin and a warlock. I mean, if I auto it. Just had to know. Start with 100 Imperium, yeah. Underground adaptation does give you dig, okay. I should have gotten a dig out in my first turn. Ah, well. I cannot reach them in a single turn. Hear me out. And what do we get? We get Lesser Dragon Breath. Chance of dealing frozen in a cone. Wow, what a cheeky breaky. All right. No time like the present, I suppose. We do have Necrotize, and we do have Ice Shackles. I was hoping that gremlin might teleport closer to our guy here. We can hit him at least with the Sundering Curse. Is that gonna be enough? I think we'll go like that and that. Yeah, I can't kill him in one shot anyway, so we might as well throw the extra weaken stack on him instead. Yikes. Yikes. Flank charge, and then we dragon to finish him off. Are we using any mods? I believe we have expanded banners and expanded colors, but other than that, no mods. A pyromancy sphere. That's gonna be really great against any kind of frostling creatures. Plus it gives you extra range. That's fantastic. Good start, good start. I tell you what, we're gonna dig that way first. Wow, I did not even realize this. We have access to the overworld right away. You look like an interesting wonder. There are some wonders that I am in particular looking for. Lava Divide. Particularly the Lost Wizard's Tower. And the reason for that is the Lost Wizard's Tower is the only way that could be one to get bone dragons. which are the only tier 4 undead unit. Oh, she doesn't look great, though. If that's the only Lost Wizard's Tower, it's very far. So we'll keep an eye. A haunted graveyard. Wow, dudes. Fire Forge Stone. Units cost 20% less draft. A 600 point location this early in the game. I forgot how risky digging for things can be. That's bonus XP. Which I did not want to pick up with that scout army. Damn, damn, damn. Rookie move. All right, we got to get some stuff going here. Get a forester going to get that storehouse done in... we can rush it next turn. What do we have coming up in this front? Knowledge per hero defeated. We could probably spend a lot of Imperium actually leveling up our city really fast. Arcanium Orb. That's Arcanium Orb and Fireforge. We could get Rings of Binding pretty early. Heroes gain 10% bonus damage, +1 defense, +1 resistance. Just need to get some focus crystals. Christy, good morning. I don't love that all these underground locations are spawning with tier 4 units, and we're literally on turn 4. Because it's very difficult to beat any of these units. In fact, I'd go ahead and say it's basically impossible to beat any of these units right now. Gold vein, gold vein. And our new scout, who I'm going to send above ground. Lucky Clover. Ooh, and a bunch of deserts. Interesting, interesting. So none of these groups have heroes really in them. So there's no point in me picking that up right away. If that's the case, let's A, rush that. And then B, start adding some population. You're an extra forester. You need a farm. Which I'm happy to do. It says knowledge and gold. Okay, so we have access to like early gold buildings, which we're probably going to need to upkeep our shadow spell. I don't know what I'm doing not recruiting units. Wasted turn right there. We're going to want to build a lot, I think. Trying to see what our access to things are. So this is basically all farmland up here. So we could build some like good farm-based buildings. It's a weird mix right now on things like research and mana nodes. So we'll see what we can pick up. I might even spit a couple more growths into this just to get us a really early start. Free cities with a Whispering Stone. This is not super great. Honestly, most of the shadow stuff I don't need to rush. Little baby spiders. Ah, a small monster's dead. And wary Zahartur. Just because you are a Dracolich of the accursed Duragar does not mean that we Zahartur will bow to you without question. We will be keeping an eye on you, Charon, hoarder of bones. They're initiates of shadow. This is the best possible free city we could have come into contact with. Now, there's a bit of a problem here where they're going to grow into our territory. But I think we just got to deal with that as a possibility. Brave words. Brave words. I do need that necromancer. Let's start getting him right away. We found a mana node. Okay. Okay. So a mana node here, a mana node here, a mana node here. We could probably build a building right here that would touch all three of those provinces. Yes. And provide, based on like nearby conduits or nearby research posts. I hate to do it, but I think I have to pick up Soul Collection. Because otherwise I have no way to make souls. 365. All right, we're going to fight these guys. Got to start killing some stuff so we can get some levels. So we can get some XP. What do we have here? Mana pylons. Magically charged. Standing next to it, magically charged objects will grant +2 lightning damage to all attacks. Now, dealing damage to these will cause a lot of damage to everybody around them as well. These guys are too perfectly lined up for me not to come in here and cast Lesser Dragon Breath. Primo. Ugh, these guys have charge block. An unfortunate situation here as well is that they are all frost undead. So we're all gonna not have so many advantages against them. Courser's Cove, Josh, how are you, dude? Welcome on in. Thank you for the raid, my dudes. Let me give you a wonderful shout out. Folks, if you want some good D&D, check out Courser's Cove. They are wonderful people. One of my early starts on Twitch was with that crowd. I love it so much. Come on in, folks. We're playing a little Age of Wonders today. We literally just started a brand new campaign, and we are playing as Duragar, or Dark Dwarves, led by this big, ancient shadow dragon that is vibing with us real hard today. Now, slowed, one less retaliation, and slow movement. I don't think it really matters who I cast that on. If I go here. Nice. A perfect critical hit. Welcome on in, dudes. Abbas, Tony, Rhiannon, Thaddeus. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I like the rar boy. He's our big shadow dragon. His name is Charon, Hoarder of Bones. We made him really long and skinny so that when he becomes an undead dragon, hopefully later in the game, he will look really, really gross and spooky. That's the dream. All right, what other damage can I get away with here? These guys are going to come in on these archers. So I actually think I'm going to be cheeky, and I'm just going to sit in the back here and defend. Don't give them a good entrance. I forgot about this. One of the parts of our world is that enemies come back to health after they die with 20% HP. So our poor dragon is going to take a bit of a spanking here. You can kill him. Let's have you kill him. You can shoot this guy. Rap, 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 rap. So close and yet so far. This game has been on my to get list for a while. It's super good. Yeah, it's like one of my favorite games that came out last year. I've put so many hours into it. If you like fantasy worlds and fantasy world building and stuff like that, it just gives you so many good stories. Are you a Duragar? Because you're making me Duragard. Do you need pickup lines? We'll continue. Listen, I'm not going to complain. You won't hear a peep out of me. Up, bonk, bonk. And bonk, bonk, bonk. So we do get a soul every time we kill an enemy, which is something I just noticed. Souls are the concentrated essence of living beings. We got a frost shield, which is not that great, but we'll take it. And our dragon has leveled up. Now, draconic health, draconic scales. +5 frost resistance seems like it would probably be really useful, considering all the creatures of this world do frost damage. When this unit kills another, it gains 30% crit hit. Undead units in this army have 10% damage and 1 resistance. I also really like that, but I'm gonna take that frost resistance right away, because I can't imagine that not coming super in handy. Now, this den is still asleep, so we're gonna have to make our way, just inch our way back to the city there. As we break down some more walls. Up on the top side, we're looking for watchtowers. I'd like to go see what this wonder is, just out of curiosity. And then we keep cruising. A shield to the horde for some interest money. Straight to the interest pits. And then I just desperately need to heal. You know what? I'm going to boost that so I can get working on a new building. And I think I'm going to attract some population. Some population. I'd like to add some more growth. So I'm going to rush that out a little bit. Oh, are these guys like frostlings? For some reason, all of their land is snowy, which means it's going to slow us down to walk around it. I can't touch their territory. I'm a hermit kingdom, which means if we get too close, we're going to start taking penalties and have to go to war with them, which is fine. It could be actually a really good source of undead corpses. But because they are initiates of shadow, if we can get along with them, we get access to bonus undead units that are hard to get anywhere else. Hidden Fountain. Spring Furies, Summer Furies, Autumn Furies, and Winter Furies. That's what I wanted in the Febe campaign. But they wouldn't give it to me. Can we build back the wall between us and the Free City? Unfortunately not. They would excavate that on their own as well. During a lengthy discussion, you discover an exquisite belt of the Berserker mounted on the wall of Zahater. When this unit's total hit points reach 30% or less, it gains Strengthened, Berserk, and Steadfast. You admire the craftsmanship, even through the Whispering Stone, and can sense the energy flowing from it. We could buy it off them, and they'll also like that. We could trade a bunch of knowledge. I don't like that. We could trade Imperium and get double allegiance points. I guess the question is do we want a Belt of the Berserker? When this unit's total HP reaches 30% or lower. So most of our heroes should be casters and support characters, as a lot of the late game undead are frontline units. So I think I'm actually going to skip this item. $157 gold. I'd get 5 gold a turn. 10, 20, 30. 32 turns. This could just pay for itself if I never use it. You know what? I'll do that. I can't go through his territory, can I? Without trespassing. Damn, damn, damn. All right, I'm going to crack open a few more of these eggs. And let's see. We got there. I think I'll go up. Discovered another ruler while concealed. They're building an outpost here next to the hidden fountain. This is going to block my passage. But they also don't know we're here. And we start getting necromancers next turn, which is fantastic. What's not fantastic is that this haunted graveyard is producing troops. I am Empress Forag Lifton. A toad runesmith. Underground adaptation. Never good. I don't know what it is with auto-generated rulers that they just get this all the time. Authoritarian diplomat. Likes empires with a single race. Likes empires with a strong military. Dislikes empires with many alliances. We might actually get along. Tunneling spider den found. I don't see no tunneling spiders. I do see some big gross armies though. You need one more turn of healing. So we're just going to keep digging. Noroth, hello. We've unlocked the second level of this. Free cities or vassals with a whispering stone grant you 15 knowledge. You know what? We might as well pick that up right now. I can at least see where these guys go. So there is either a wonder over here. That's a gold wonder. So we need that for our victory. That's what I want as our victory condition. Now, you're boosted, but you're also boosted. You would give me access to warlocks and night guard, as well as an interrogation dungeon. Let's go for golden knowledge to start. I'm going to spend a bunch of my souls building necromancers. This guy's going to dig out this. You're going to try to take that. Sun Priests and Dawn Defenders. Oh, no. So she's a light. She's an order faction, which is literally my hard counter. I was really hoping we weren't going to run into an order faction right away. But alas. Dwarfs, awesome. Dargans, awesome. Dwarfs and Dargans, who knows? The dwarves traded Illithid rulers for dragon rulers. That's exactly it. Further, hello, good morning. Iron deposit found. Oh, nice. There, okay. We also got a little food stash. Huh. All right. Have you picked that up? You can go up here and dig out this last spot. And then you guys are 200s, you're 400s. Let's go deal with the small things first and work our way up to the bigger threats. I found you. So her city is right here. Just up the river from us. Unfortunately, with this vassal, we're actually boxed into a corner. In a very bad way. But we're going to be growing differently in this campaign because we're a hermit kingdom. The only thing that actually matters to us are wonders. So we might do all right. Got up to the Toma transformation and still found no way to recruit skeletons of your own race. From what I understand is you have to fight your own race to do it. So basically the only answer is becoming enemies. Or becoming enemies with your vassal, or if they're initiates of shadow, which we got lucky, then you can recruit skeleton archers and skeleton mages from the rally allegiance. Can't dig into the river from the west side. I'm not positive, but it does look like that this is blocked. But it's also confusing because this is clearly diggable. I don't know. We'll go take a look. This is incredible farmland right here. Couldn't be better. Or quarry land, depending on what we want to go, but probably farmland. Can I rush you for 110? Do I want to do that? Probably not. Let's just fight some spiders. Unless you're fighting units of your own race, you won't get them yet. Rally Allegiance is a workaround. Yeah, but it only works if your free city is a shadow initiate. They can also give you bone horrors, and I think possibly bone dragons if they get big enough. Do these spiders have jump? They do. The hunter spiders do. Huh? Ow. Got lightning webbed. No line of sight. Get sundered. So close and yet so far. Hit them with the ice shackles, at least stops one of them from coming in. I keep forgetting about these undead creatures and that everything comes back to life. Wow, we missed 2 shots and then we shot our own guy for the other one. That's rough. But it's okay. Horn of Plenty. All right. All units in the army heal 5 HP every turn. I guess we might as well put the Belt of Berserker on our dude as well. Do I want this? For now, I'm going to put it on there. And then I want undead units, but we actually don't have any right now. So I wonder if I shouldn't get him other things. 2 hex radius gains strengthened and hastened. Is a really nice one. Shadow Aura. At the end of each turn, adjacent enemy units get weakened and slowed and have a 60% chance of being inflicted with frozen. I didn't really think about making him a frontliner. I saw him more as a support dragon. Now I'm wondering. Had a fun build back in launch that relied on cheap skeletons buff with certain racial transformations. Was really sad when I realized they couldn't get recruited. Yeah, it does seem it seems strange that you can't just make your own skeletons. Like, it seems like something your own faction should probably have access to, like an unlimited amount of skeletons, but it won't give gold if I have it equipped. Yeah, I know. Yeah. How much I love Dragon Lords. I made myself not use them because they were all I used, but now I'm jonesing. Dragons are not for support. Dragons are for destruction of everything. You're making good arguments here. If we have a frost breath, would it be better as a cone, a line, or a comet? I feel like not a comet. Cone hits a lot of stuff if we upgrade it. And does more damage. But it is frost. You know what? It is frost, so it's probably not going to be that useful. Truth be told, I think I'm going to take Exhilarating Roar. It's just a good early round cast. Doesn't go astray. All right, you guys got 400, 400, 400. So what do I want to go for? Gold. This is a quarry? Yeah, iron deposit. I could probably pull that off. I could rush that necromancer next round to join us. The City of Pinnacle. Aha, we also have skeletal reanimation now. Targets a friendly zombie or skeleton units, it explodes, and everything within 2 turns, 2 hexes, takes 10 frost damage, 10 blight, and 90% chance of taking decaying. Call the Weak, which increases damage dealt to enemies with the weakened status effect. That doesn't affect anybody if I take it. Let's take Rotting Explosion. I could see reasons where that could work. Comets have 5 range. Yeah. We took a comment on our last dragon character. It'd be cool if they made it so the crypt gave access to Skelly recruitment if you have their souls. Yeah, like it seems like there should be something in there that gives you access, right? If you said to Mr. Dragon, you stay back here and wait until I call you Mr. Dragon, he'll eat you and go destroy things for funsies. Best just to be his friend and direct him at what to destroy. I think with the new crafting system, you can craft new dragon claws. You can. That is true, actually. I did discover that. And the new dragon claws are very good. So we're going to rush that necro. And probably start working on a second necro. The city has expanded a little bit. I feel like I'm a little cash light. We're about to take this iron mine. So I think I'm just going to build a quarry in there right now. And then we get up to a brouhaha. Magic origin upkeep reduced by 20. I don't know what the undead count as. Some of them I know count as undead, as magic. No hero. There's no heroes in any of these armies. All right. Here's a big question, is which kind of characters do we get here? Defensive duelists. Disdain the weak. Afflictor. And a casting adept at the start of battle at 20 combat casting points. That's pretty good. And look at him. He looks like Gandalf. He looks like evil Gandalf. I also love the look of this guy. He looks extremely evil. Vicious killer and afflictor. He also inflicts morale penalties. Ooh. All right, so one is more like support based and the other is more like an offensive mage. This guy has a doggy? He rides a doggy. You also ride a doggy with a big dark spear. Wow, this is a hard set of decisions. Staff of Frost is not great for us. Then again, neither is Frost Orb. I'm going to need money to keep building next turn. This gives us 10 gold income. I'm probably just going to build that. All right. And we're going to go into an actual serious fight. Also not really paying attention to the game, just talking about dragons in general. No, that's fair. That's fair. The Materian dragon. Yeah. We had Paul of Atreides had giant dragon claws. A wise, slightly genocidal woman once said a dragon is not a slave. Doing a similar build with the Crow Primal. Hope was the extra mana from grasslands would fuel the skeletal legions. Yes. I think that would probably work really well. Need to dig into the crafting system. Not used to it much. You unlock the new traits from unlocking magic materials on the map. They all give you different stuff. All right, a bunch of defenders, a single warlock, a primal darter, and then this big bad bougie boy who is weak to light. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll tuck everybody in like that. Hit the exhilarating roar. I don't have any undead to strengthen yet, so everyone else is just going to chill. Get a sniper hero, make him into a lock mage. Hold the talk about the hero. Ah, the perfectly timed ads. Oh, his teleport was a lot longer than I thought it would be. They're taking quite the path. Okie day. We're going to Sundering Curse him so that he's weakened. We're going to Charge Strike him to get rid of his guard mode, which will allow my other characters to escape. Not escape, but I guess shoot him. Okay. That could be a lot worse. What I worry about is everybody moving up and hitting my dragon in the back right now. I just realized they've destroyed a lot of territory around me. We're gonna raise undead because this means he cannot come back on his turn, which is pretty huge for us. Yeah, y'all could still get in anyway, and you do a lot of damage. So I'm going to move up into this low foliage. I just drop into defensive mode. I might lose this guy, but he's got, because we've hastened him, he's got 2 retaliation attacks. Oof. Getting mean beaned. Do I want to chase you down with a charge unit? I feel like that's actually probably a good counter. Because that guy's going to hop away on his turn. Oh my god, these guys have a lot of HP. And of course, they're all resistant to frost. Strengthen those undead. I guess I'm just going to have to hit this guy. Yeah. I'm a little bit worried he's going to come in range and do a lot. Just kill this pursuer. But I guess if it happens, it happens. What is it that gives us regeneration? I've been a little curious about this because I notice we keep getting it when we attack things. Attacking units with weakened against them regeneration once per turn. Fascinating. I have a lot of mana here. I'm going to cast Decay on him so he starts taking damage every turn because he's going to be kind of hard to get to with these big chonky boys in front of him. Who has movement left? Necromancer has movement left, but has no line of sight. Dunked. Dunkarood. Yeah, this is kind of... charge units are a very good counter to this. Can I really not kill him with anybody here? All right. All right. Grazed. Why you gotta graze? That'll spawn a zombie. And also stop him from respawning, and also keep these archers alive. In theory. Frozen. Oh, I didn't even realize that. Good old Frozen. Find it really hard not to do Dark Cultures, Necro. It has such good synergy and only ignores the happiness. But also the extra mana from dead heroes in your crypt is just amazing. I remember one of the story realms, I had like 100 mana a turn from the crypt. Yeah, it's very difficult not to do Dark. There are some really good options with the new primal stuff. And I could certainly make an argument for Reavers. But the benefits are just huge, taking Dark Culture. Tomb Kitties, kind of Egyptian themed. I also love that one. All right, we lost one level 1 guy who was brand new and inexperienced. And we can raise units now. Grim mold warps and hooved primals. Tough hardy herbivores. And dark mana channeling runesmiths with bulwark and tenacious. Can I get both of these? Hell yeah, I can. Get this dweeb out of here. Give me the zombos. Or, well, I guess next turn, give me the zombos. Do I really want to keep exploring down this way? I guess the underground is the more valuable location for me, so why not? Boop, boop, boom, boom. Bow, 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 bow. I am going to try to dig that out. It does look like I can, doesn't it? That's going to be curious. We got another level, and we unlocked level 4, our signature skill, of which, of course, we're going to take Shadow Aspect. Grants Soul Drain, reducing unit morale and applying Soulbound. 2 souls from killing this unit. And has a 30% chance of becoming a zombie when it dies. Oh, man, that's going to be so good if we start doing that. Because then every single time a unit dies, instead of it coming back on the enemy team, it'll come back on our team. Yeah. Yes, please. Shadow Aspect. I think our chest got more purple. I could start taking Unholy Leader now as well. This infestation is sending an attack. So it is time we start building up our armies. We're building up, I guess, a second army so that we can actually start taking locations. A challenge passed from mouth to mouth catches your attention. Shala the Lifebringer proclaims himself a dragon slayer and you as her target. Lizard Looter. There are rumors that she killed dragons before. She's said to be a hero who takes revenge for the terror inflicted by dragons. We should teach her a lesson, Dracolich Charon, hoarder of bones. You know her location. Do you want to engage? Well, I'm definitely not a good character. Nice. She's not that strong. And she counts as a hero. So I can take knowledge extraction and get a bunch of free knowledge from her. We've completed Rotting Explosion, which allows us to blow up zombie skeletons. And we're at our next tome. Now, we're not going to take the Tome of Cryomancy because Frozen is not really what our jam is. I think we're going to take the Tome of Warding because it allows us to get Phantasm Warriors. It also allows us to get Frost Resistance. It will give our Necromancers Staves of Warding. Support abilities grant 1 bolster resistance to affected units. That's what I was thinking. A lot of the necromancy stuff is tier 1. But tier 1 stuff just even with Tome of the Horde, it doesn't hold up late game at all. Even mid game, it really falls off on brutal. There's an argument to be made for flaming undead. Everything else, I think, is just like a very strange choice. I don't really want to do dragons after we did dragons last game. Weirdly enough, spirit damage wouldn't be the worst. Because if there's a bunch of like characters that come back to life. But I think warding makes the most sense for me. That's what we're going to do.
Those who master
what do you think about my idea about the sniper trait hero lock mage? I really like it. I mean,
them in a protective blanket of air.
Those mage lock guns are crazy good.
And harnessing the lightning to smite those who dare to come too close.
Pretty much capable of one-shotting anybody.
A master of warding will find a myriad of ways to keep their subjects safe.
Do we want early Phantasm Warriors? I guess they're really only good early. Lightning damage. I just feel like frost resistance right away on everybody is got to be super good on this map, you know? Wow, and I can dig out this entire section, so I can go out to sea. So this guy is sending this spider army to attack me. So I'm going to get myself into position to fight them next turn. And I wouldn't mind this mana, but I think I'd like this knowledge even more. We've got level 2 here, so we can start unlocking warlocks or night guards, but I don't really think I need them. We got skeletal mages. I feel kind of good about that. I don't understand how this guy has managed to clear out all of the mobs around his base at this level. We're also being attacked by the haunted graveyard. Okay, so we're on defensive mode here now. With the right build, it can destroy anything. Yeah, warding is good. Gets spooky ghost warriors. Sniper trait on a hero you can shoot far away. Oh yeah. Oh, that would obviously be like a killer combo. We should pick up one of these guys ASAP. We're a bit cash shy right now. Assign Whispering Stones to other vassals to gain their tribute. Gain the Crypt Blade. Unit skilled with this weapon transform into a decaying zombie until the end of battle. Cheaper spells. All right, let's see what happens here. A cute little skelly. It is a very cute little skelly. Warriors and war shamans. Lizard looters. Poisonous, tenacious, cold-blooded. On a warrior? That'll be really nice. I will raise him from the dead and add him to our ranks. Lot of charge, guys. Okay, this is a completely open map. Oh, no. Those are rocks, but everything else is not. I don't have a front line anymore. That could be problematic. Depending on how this goes. Definitely gonna want to work on getting my front line back. Yeah, like these guys are all front line. War shamans. Ooh, boom, 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 boom. They all just got strength in 3, regen 3. I hate it. And I'm immobilized from the hunter spider. Oh, God. Hunter spider's also under trees, so he's got extra cover. So I can barely even hit him. That's running explosion. That's ice shackle. This one is necrotize. We're gonna need some early skelly bones in here. Wow, that guy hit me for big damage. Ba, 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 ba. This guy's stunned? Oh my goodness. Shield bash. We're getting turned up by these dudes right now. You're almost definitely dead. Rattle me bones. I mean, I could just start taking out all this stuff. Are you still frozen? No. It's like a 1-2, 1-2. Lots of soul bounds there. And I can raise that undead so it doesn't have to come back to life. What I could do here is I could cast something like Rotting Explosion on this guy. But I just realized Rotting Explosion actually costs souls to cast as well. It's a lot of damage and it would cast Decaying, which is potentially killing him. What worries me is if I don't do it, then they can probably just double team that guy. Or if I do it, they might just double team that guy. Meanwhile, if I stay here, they might choose to attack me instead as the zombie corpse. What's cool is that this only costs souls. It doesn't cost mana. I think I'm gonna leave them. Ah, let's blow them up. Ah, you're dead anyway. Light damage? Light damage. So we can magic that guy down. Kill him with him. Nice. Kill him with him. Then we go after this dweeb. Should have hit him with the Sundering Curse first, but I didn't realize I had it back up, and it don't actually matter. That's fine. Losing a Dark Warrior is literally no threat at all to me. I'm happy to do that. Skeleton Warrior. Yes, please. Battle Mage. Yeah. Do skeletons have upkeep? Mana. Okay, so you have a Warlock, a Mage, an Archer, a Support, a Frontliner. My problem right now is frontline units. This area is excavated. Oh, hilarious. So it only excavated their side. So I actually can't get through. Pact of Cooperation in 5 turns. Opens its borders. Okay. Dude, what the heck? He's got no creatures around him. How did he clear all that out that fast? Does the computer get that much of a hack start? This guy is sending frozen crocodiles and banshees towards me. Spell shields and arcane guards. That's nice. I can raise those as frontliners. Very good. Very good. Necro, never tried Necro. Hi, by the way. Hello. We haven't done Necro for a very, very, very long time. And so this is with all the new changes. So is that a new game? How did the last one go in the end? It was neck and neck, the Febe campaign. You'll have to watch the VOD if you want to find out what happens. A tight finish, that's for sure. Down to the wire. All right. He is all melee characters. Banshees are melee mages. So I think we have a nice rock formation over here. I want everyone to be close so that we can get buffed. And then I might actually just fall back a little bit here. Trying to take advantage of the natural terrain we have. I mean, they all have frost resistance, which really means all of our spells are trash. Arguably not even worth casting. All right. Put you there and go against him. I need to buff my undead before I let them attack things. $25. I guess we'll move up to 50/50s. My necromancer's already gone here, which is a bit annoying. Okay. God, just ignoring my front line completely. I see how it is. That's how you want to be. I love the fact that these skeleton archers can eat herbs. All right, you got decaying stacked. His banshees are already wailed, so it's just going to cast cruel bolts. Which doesn't have to be that bad. Target cannot be afflicted. Why not? Target undead corpse. Friendly undead corpse is revived. Non-undead corpse is raised as a decaying zombie. I see. Y'all can't really do much here, can you? All right, well. Oh, if I had moved you, I could have. Whoops. Oh, well. And this archer. He gets killed if I don't move him, so might as well move a little bit. Dragon Breath puts Soulbound on enemies. Won't that revive them in the next turn? It has a 90% chance of casting Decayed or Soulbound. 30% chance of becoming a Decayed zombie. But that happens, like, I think also right when they die. Immediately when they die. My Zombie. I'd rather these skeleton warriors don't die, if that's at all possible. Kill him off. So close. Obviously, you die no matter what happens here. Unless... Unless... I flee like a coward. The cool thing is that when they come back, they don't get an extra turn, which I'm very grateful for. We're going to sunder them. Then we're just going to blast them. Ow. Boom. Need to make some race builds on YouTube. Yeah, I've been thinking about making some like guides for each of the different affinities, like making like a shadow guide, a astral guide, nature guide, etc., etc. At least I'd be interested on some guides. Yeah, I've been thinking about it more and more. It's just I literally don't have a lot of time. I have one day a week that I can possibly edit, and I often have to record D&D on that day. So there's a bit of a balancing act. Yes, warriors and polearms. Purring mystics. Athletics, elusive desert adaptation. Merciless slavers. I am running a mana deficit now. So I suppose it's time to build a shrine. Okay. We have a warlock, a mage, and an archer. I kind of am thinking about like getting rid of the warlock here, but maybe I take the archer out and I put in the spear. Those are both of the immediate attacks. I wouldn't mind coming down and killing this guy next. We'll take a turn to heal, and then we can do that quest. We got ourselves another level up. You find time, GG? Thank you. I know people would really like them, so I'd also like to get more people into the game, frankly. So it's a win-win in my book. Trying to remember about, like, do support spells give us bonus things? Attacking units with weakened grants the unit regeneration once per turn. I do like that. Zero, thank you for the Prime sub, dude. Much appreciated. Bolstering support is what I was thinking of. That adds resistance bonuses. Sundering Curse would be pretty nice as well. Boy, oh boy. I think I'm going to take Call of the Week. You have a nice little wizard up here, a little priestess. You're stuck here for a couple of turns. You guys are going to heal. We need a little bit more money on them. We have unlocked cheaper casting, but I think I'm going to hold that for a little bit. Other than that, I think we're ready to keep going. Dark really is all about that weakening condition. It truly, truly is. Is this the Necro Dragon? Am I late? You're just in time, dude. We're 14 turns in. Scrapping it out in the underground. We're stuck down in the bottom corner of the map, as is tradition for us lately. All right, that shrine's coming. That should help offset our mana. I think if we grow, we're going to have to grow into mana crystals early, because even that's only going to be plus 10. Yeah. Yeah. Knowledge is really important to us, seeing as we're going for a magic victory. A stonemason never really goes bad because production just helps you build everything else faster. And a wizard tower, of course, gives you that juicy, tasty early Imperium. I might hold that just for a smidge. You know what? I'm going to rush this Necro. Just admittedly a little greedy. So now we have a defender, a polearm, a necro, a warlock, and a skeleton mage here. These guys are sending another invasion. So let's get rid of this quest. ASAP. Dragon looks super good. He does. I'm really pleased with how he turned out. We've picked up the shadow affinity too, so he's got this like purple heart, it almost looks like. Like his chest is just glowing. I forgot that we have powerful evokers, so we get bonus combat casting points for having support characters and mages. What are we up against here? Phantasm warriors, regular warriors. Yeah, these guys don't count as undead, which I feel like is a bit of a crime. Scouts, afflictors, and then basically a healer. We can go kind of aggressive here. Strengthen these frontline undead. You're gonna do a big roar. And then I do believe that's it. Bonk bonks, bonk bonks, bonk bonks. Grand. Just grand. Yeah, I'm gonna hit their hero with the Sundering Curse. Bring this guy in right away. $25, $50. I'll take the 50 on the frontliners. These guys are typically weak to magic a little bit more than anything else. All right. Frozen. That's tasty. Nothing like grazing the last shot. That's range of 4. That's range of 4. So if I go here with you, I could go 90% with you. Move you into attack. Can you raise a corpse that someone is on? No. I had a feeling that was the case, but I wasn't a hundo. Well, we might as well go with that. I guess in theory he should come back to life. Yeah. Ow, ow, ow. Have you blast them? Have you blast them? We'll have you blast him. Sure, or hit my dragon. You can finish them off. You can finish him off. I mean, you can just one-shot him. a warrior. That's the Pathfinder. Bring back the Phantasm Warrior. And then he could stand on this corpse. Being a little greedy there with those 25%. Come on. I gotta kill you. 10-15, 10-15. Or souls. A bunch of other stuff's gonna come back to life. Ooh. So many warriors. Lizard looters, and lizard looters, all of them. Who are poisonous, tenacious, and cold-blooded. Extremely good. Now, this is going to absolutely tank my mana. But I think it's worth it. I feel like I'm starting to get better at combat. But man, AI be smart sometimes. The AI's gotten some really good improvements over the years. Over the year, I guess. And it's like a threat. It knows when to focus down certain units. It's really good at getting flanks now. And if it researches good magic, it uses it in combat very effectively. Shahala the Lifebringer lies dead in the dirt. You bested her, but more could always follow. In the history of your kin, there are always dragon slayers involved. In Athla, a world quite like this, dragons were hunted to extinction. You will not let that happen here. You need to send a signal. The people look towards you as you ponder the fallen dragon slayer. What do you do? Imperium. City stability. A good alignment or bad alignment, and a level up. Feed on the corpse for power. Absolutely. Are you kidding me? That's an obvious choice. Feed on a corpse, you say? I need 3 more dragon skills to get Shadow Aura. I only need 1 more to get Terrifying Gorge, though. Ancient Governor is not so necessary because we're Dark Faction. We don't really need city stability. I think I'm actually going to upgrade the cone. Not because frost damage is good, but because soul drain and soulbound is kind of very good. And this hits a 3-hex cone. Punisher's Halberd. All right, these guys are sending an army of 500 at us. I can't really move. We need to pick up Seafaring. So that we can start exploring these waterways. You guys are 3 more turns until the Pact of Cooperation. Let's pick up Baneful Curse. Nerd, hello. Mogman dudes. How was the rest of Dorgan's Dorgma? We're doing a little of our own Dragon's Dogmaing this morning with a big dragon. A big shadow dragon. We're actually testing out the new Necromancy changes. So come on in. Come on in. Welcome. I'm very curious to hear about what everyone thought about Dragon's Dogma. Because I really loved the first game. And I am very ever so curious how the second game is. Because it's very expensive and I don't want to buy it. If I'm going to be real with you, it's a bit expensive. So I'm waiting to find out if it's worth it. Do we need to recruit anybody? I don't think so. One could make an argument for more necromancers. We definitely need to solve our mana issues. So I'm going to attract population. I'm actually going to build a conduit over here. As we grow, that'll put us at -4. It's not too bad. He already has a meeting, might have ran off. That I understand. It's that kind of post stream. There's always so much to do, so further, take it easy. Flaying his hands. Probably worth waiting for a bit, get it on sale, a patch here or there. Yeah, I think that's probably fair, Coffin. I always feel like a big game that big is probably got to have some necessary patches. Like a functionally like the size of Skyrim in its scope. All right, dragons. Let's move ye back to safety. These undead do not move fast is one thing. Oh, what are you? Verdant vivarium. Unlocks Crack the Vault, a single-use action which trades 500 mana for 500 knowledge. And summons progenitor golems as a combat spell. You have my interest. It looks like there is also probably a tunnel to the surface. And we're going to cast up some magical wards. A friendship was declared with us from Forag Lifton. Well, that is a actual surprise. I thought she was going to hate our guts because she's a order affinity. She ought to hate our guts. But she don't yet. This is an okay spot to take. There's not really a lot of room to expand. We could just build an outpost. We'll give it some thoughts. See how we do. As we get attacked by the Marauder Guard. Two wyverns, a banshee, a corrupted soul, who's a unit I would love to get access to. And I am a little bit wounded. Poor frontline skellies are really far off here. All right, we're just going to squeeze in everybody we can as close as we can so that we can roar. And then strengthen up our front line. Chris Lorne, hello. Good morning. God Gee Goodeen. I think I might actually just hold the line here. Them there wyvern can't get in too close. I could get a really good breath weapon off, but my dragon is already kind of wounded, so I'm a bit hesitant to do that. can we just hold it? Poor Sketlingtons. They really want to get that kill. All right, I'm going to have a lot of guys try to focus that side. If I can punch this guy down early, I think that's what I should do. Sundering Curse will buff up this dude. So he hits for max. And then we'll buff up that dude. Beautiful. Now I'm just gonna stand on his corpse. Never mind, I just got that guy killed. I tried so hard not to do that, and in the end it didn't even matter. Damn, those archers are a flight risk. I definitely want to get rid of all of my archers and replace them with like skeleton mages. The skeleton mages get way better buffs because we're powerful evokers. They give us extra combat casting points, and more importantly is that they don't randomly miss in battle and hit all my other dudes. Which is what we've been having to deal a lot of right now. You're just gonna go here. You're gonna blorst him. I think I'll hit him with that. No, my tier 1 skelly boys. My poor tier 1 skelly babies. All right, you're toast. You're toast. Yeah, I guess because everything here is undead, I can't really resurrect it. That's a corrupted soul. Which means I probably want to try to kill it as quick as possible. Very good, sir. I'm just gonna have this guy stand on its body. The big flanks. Oi, oi, oi. I guess he's in foliage, which is why he's so hard to hit. Ah, we still got a weaken stack on him, though. He might get a kill. Don't mess with weaken. It's good. There's our soulbound. And the kill with the pikeman. Alright, yeah, we're down one guy. That's fine. It just offsets our mana. Or does it? It's very fun how all of our... everything we kill, basically, it keeps giving us different races. And I rather like that. The Baroness of Zahatur seems desperate. I'm ruined. I've gotten myself and my people into debt. My treasury lies empty and my former benefactors are out for my blood. They've taken members of my family hostage, making threats of mutilation and death. We can do a shadow check, which we actually have an 80% chance of succeeding on. Give him a bunch of money. A primal check, I guess because I'm a dragon. 70% chance hostages and tribute rapidly find their way to your throne. We receive 193 gold. And we get a relationship bonus. If I fail, I gain a stack of primal exhaustion. I mean, let's be a dragon. Your creditors will choose their horde or their lives. Very well, they chose their horde. We found a gold vein here, which is nice. And there is, in fact, a path to the surface. We got Baneful Curse. I'm going to pick up Staves of Warding, because it means every time we buff our undead with our necromancers, every time we cast Strengthened Undead, they'll get 2 Strengthened, Hastened, and a resistance bonus. Which just seems like a great idea. The Court of Whispers, the Rite of the Crypt Blade. Extra Whispering Stones. I did want to see... I didn't realize that. Magic Origin. Undead units counted as Magic Origin. So that's 20% upkeep reduction for basically all of our units. Which is pretty damn big. All right. You guys could definitely afford to have another frontliner. Arguably so could you, but you actually have a dragon, so maybe it's fine. I have enough money, we can hire another hero now. So this seems like a pretty good idea. Brutal Afflictor. So it's either the mage or the wizard. I think I'm going to start with the wizard. Logic just being. What did he take first? He took Restore. Take Unholy Leader. I want him to be able to just like buff and level up undead as much as possible. We can ditch the Staff of Frost and pick up the Pyromancer Sphere for right now. Y'all are going to heal, and then I think we'll start picking apart all these other factions. You got one more turn, Pack of Cooperation. These guys are sending an infestation. It is, I'm going to tell you, just absolutely non-stop with the infestations. A mint requires 3 farms, which would be nice. A mana obelisk requires a second quarry. I guess we'll go Arcane Institution. Haven't left anywhere near where I am because we managed to spawn double infestations on top of us, and this has really been quite a setback, but really good for like leveling up. A bit of a strange difference. The accursed Duragar are going to pick up all sorts of resistances, which I'm realizing won't work on our undead for now. Aha, and we've met the exalted shaman, Raigan Wildcrest. Fate puts adversaries in our way. I hope for your sakes you are no such adversary. A spiritual cat. Again, underground adaptation. All right, something is really busted in this patch. Doubly so because they took primal tunneling spiders, which is actually not... You're literally not capable of taking both of these. If you have primal tunneling spider, you can't take underground adaptation. You get it naturally. Well, you get a variation of it. The Deep, currently waiting for Horizon Forbidden West to finish. I'm not really interested. I kind of find those games look really boring, to be honest. I picked up the first one for like $10 at one point, and I don't even think I've ever installed it. There's something about those games that don't really appeal. This guy is nature. This is why he hates us so much. Where do I suppose he is? Ah, he's got an outpost built right there. Very not so good. It's another Fey fountain. You know what? We're going to do some exploring with this guy. Earthkin. Interesting choice. These guys are sending 800, 900 point stacks at us now. Getting wildly out of control as the undead go. You just think the animals are cool, the little robo animals? That's fair. I mean, it's no shame to anybody who enjoys those style of game. Not in the slightest. They just ain't for me. All right. Can't get all of you in. You're gonna roar. And have you start buffing the front lines. And can this guy do anything? No. He is a level 1 hero, this new wizard we got. Yikes, these spiders. At least they wasted all their jumps very early. Interested in Dragon's Dogma? That I am very interested in, yes. Very much so. All right, let's Sunder Curse. Oof, man, you do some lot of damage. At least that's one of the tier 4s down. That's most of the strength of this army. Nice. That guy automatically became a zombie. I'm going to move up on these guys because they're charge characters. Guys, all the undead is automatically raised in this fight, thankfully. Spread that out a little bit. Do the roar! Roar. No! My spears. Alright. That ain't so shabby. Ba, 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 ba. Meow, 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 meow. I don't have another Thundering Curse to drop on him. But I can at least use that zombie to take some hits. I'm gonna step so I have a much better shot. I suppose my dragon could finish it. I could also probably move that skeletal mage in and just kill him. In fact, I was gonna say, can I do it from downtown? The answer appears to be a whopping no, so let's just do this. Does this guy get ice arrows? Oh, that's pretty cool. It sounds like he gets ice arrows, but I don't actually think he does. I should have blown up this guy and then I could have moved him in. Oh well, doesn't really matter. This guy can't do anything. Donk, donk, donk. Donk, donk, donk. And then you guys, donk, donk, donk. I like this, that they race from battle twice. It's kind of fun. It's a good challenge for this map. I don't need skeleton archers, I don't think. I guess they could have filled out our roster, but we already have like 2 archers here, so. German walks into the bar and orders a martini. The bartender asks, dry? The man answers, no, just one. that one took me a second. Gargaz, good one. Hello, good morning. Steam messed up the preload. Oh. Horizon's in 10 hours. Oof. Yeah, that's a bit of a wait. That's going to be a bit of a wait. All right, I'd like to get rid of, I think, this small monster's death maybe first. The problem is I do need to heal. And the movement on these undead is abysmal. Homie here leveled up though. You're a support character, so we're gonna take... You know what? I'm actually gonna take Restore. Ironically enough. Hooray! These guys don't hate us anymore. Which is amazing because hostile houses. Why are they launching so late in the day for Dragon's Dogma? Why is it so late? It's like noon, isn't it? Yeah, it launched like 25 minutes ago. Noon Eastern Standard Time is the like standard time for Steam launches. It's pretty much when every game launches. Altar of the Elements. So that's a gold and that's a gold. I could literally just control these two locations and win the game with this. Very, very interesting. I'm gonna let everybody take a turn to heal. There's a tower down here. I think I'd like to go for that. I don't know how I'm gonna get the research I need, but we can take a look. 20 EDT for Toronto, for example. That's like 5 p.m. That is unusual then. Yeah. So it's normally like 12 noon EDT. The Free City of Dusk Vault. Oh, this is also an accursed Duragar city. And also followers of Shadow. We take the Court of Whispers. 50, 60, 70, 2 turns away. That'll give us a free Whispering Stone, and we can put it in Dusk Vault. And that could be a really good buffer for us. Interesting. So all of my undead guys don't get this because they're not technically my race. You guys are spawning more units. All right, we got an Arcane Institute here. Her hero in the crypt, in the prison. Interesting, interesting, interesting. I get the Wizard's Tower. I clearly need a little bit of Imperium right now. And you know what? If I boost that, that'll give me 45, which is enough to get it in 1 turn instead of 2. Ah, here we go. Dark Forge and Soulwell. +3 mana per adjacent research post or conduit counts as a research post. Per adjacent quarry or mine counts as a mine. So if I take this province and build a soul well in it, I can get 1, 2, 3 ticks off of it. And then I could probably build some sort of soul well here where this quarry is. Dark Forge, on the other hand. A little less useful. Probably won't see that here. Because I'm going to build all farms up this way. This is farm. I don't actually know if we're going to get a building that levels off of farms. It's something to consider. All right, I have really bad food. I'm just going to build a granary. It's 3 turns. It's not boosted, but it's whatever. We've unlocked stolen power. It's really not that good, but God forbid we do a rolling release. It just confuses everybody. People will be changing their time zones. Baranoth the Soother, your hero, greets you with a warning. Courageous Dracolich, it's come to my attention that a dangerous Silver Knight is attacking travelers. This tyrannical warrior has declared itself the sentinel of the mana node and stops anyone traveling through. It issues a challenge of defeating it in close combat, supposedly a formidable duelist. No one is able to best it. I would love to challenge the knight myself. It is a liability. Eventually, some travelers visiting the mana node will die unless we stop it. A Silver Knight. It's a war breed. We found some iron up this way. So if I go for that monster den, it'll pull in that. If I go for him, it will not. Can I auto this? That's fair. And then I think I just go straight for this. They've got Zerkers, but everything else is pretty easy. I'll try the auto combat, but it'll probably lose me these guys. Is that worth it? I think so. Ethereal Pauldrons of Illusion. Pass through and blight resistance. Tier 3 legs. Does not trigger opportunity attacks. And a bloodletting crossbow. Stunned and bleeding. Wow, 60% stun chance on a crossbow is pretty gross. Now, obviously, myself, a large dragon, cannot use that. But this guy could put on these pauldrons. I think I'm going to give him defensive training. And we did level up. Terrifying Gorging allows us to just eat a unit, which is really good. Quickened Breath lets us breathe more, which is also not bad. I'm going to take Terrifying Gorging, though, because eating people is fun. And thankfully, at least this is one of our places cleared out. So we have this massive mushroom forest we can take advantage of now. People are so excited to play our games, they might change time zones so they get it as early as possible. Yeah, it does all seem a little foolish. I am with you. Now, you need a Whispering Stone. They have a Shrieker's Tomb. This gets us Corrupt Souls. There's also a very strong ironclad army just wandering around the map. Okay. I could mess with this, maybe. This graveyard is sending another army towards me, so I'm going to have to fall back and deal with them. But that's fine. We should be able to kill them, go for the Silver Knight, or the Haunted Graveyard, and then the Silver Knight. Okay. How long have I played Age of Wonders for? In total? 144. No, wait. That's minutes this session. In total? 181 hours, which has all been on stream pretty much, and uploaded to the YouTube channel if you're looking for anything in particular. You got more iron deposits. This guy's got a lot of movement left. I'd like to see what's going on over there. That ironclad is heading in this direction, but I don't know where he's going. Aha! The kitty cat's got a city over here. The city of Boulder. So I'm way massively behind in outposts right now. But we've also unlocked the next set of tomes. Create advanced undead, gain ways to collect souls. Bone horrors, when killing non-racial tier 3 to 4, gets the option to create a bone horror. Gets one strengthened, plus 20 maximum hit points, negative status effects removed. 90% chance of inflicting soulbound. 20% increased damage against soulbound units for battle mages and support units. Ooh, that's fun. Restore undead army. Ah, and summon corrupt soul. I can just summon these guys. Animate city ruins and animate heroes in your crypt as undead servants. Okay, interesting. The Doom Herald gives us Banshees, which does give us tier 3 battle mages that are kind of like frontline battle mages, along with some other nice stuff. This counts as a conduit. So I could put this next to a soul well. I think let's go Tome of Souls first.
Bodies are frail, yet strong is the will of all souls to cling to life. Grant
Definitely
them
bone
their
horrors.
desire. Craft them vessels of rotten flesh and bone. Even the fiercest
Borg,
foe
hello.
shall serve your wishes.
Pasty, moderately annoyed Frederick. Was he getting moderately annoyed? What were you doing to annoy him? He just dumped you guys in here. Took a big hot dump on my stream and then left. Now I have to entertain you all. God forbid. I mean, we could go for extra Imperium here. I'm a little bit worried, like, I don't have a lot of resources here. And I'm not building any quarries anytime soon. So maybe actually, let's just go for the Mana Obelisk right away here. Should I be recruiting more necromancers? Probably. I realized Raise Undead you can only do once a battle. So I should probably be saving the actual Raise Undead function to raise my Undead. Staves of Warding. I think his nose just changed when he had that cast on him. Grants +2 bolstered resistance. I thought it was +1. So strengthened undead now is really good. It strengthens its resistance and it hastens. That's even juicier. A rivalry was declared on us from Rygan Wildcrest. That is not surprising. Not in the slightest. It's a pun or play on words. I see. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I don't know. Maybe more necromancers is not bad. Just a little bit of extra necromancers. Big dump. Shiny blue staff. Just a big old dookie. Oh, good. We're 23 turns in and they're already sending tier 5 and tier 4 mythic units at us. What joys. All right, well, you need one of these pole arms. I guess the other one goes in there. Boop. 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 What are we? 5, 7, and 4? 1,500-ish? It's gonna be a ugly tough fight, I think. Okay, that'll be valuable. Spring of Youth. I tell you what, we can explore that with you. You're getting pillaged. My money. I literally haven't even left our borders. Like, 23 turns in, absolutely zero chance to go out anywhere and build a single outpost or single second city. You're gonna get that Altar of Elements. Does this guy have a Gold Wonder? No, he's got the Shrieker's Tomb and the Brigand's Refuge. Boulder's under siege from that Ironclad. I like that. That pleases me greatly. Yes, quite indeed. We have one other hero? No. I mean, I know it's not going to let me auto this, but I just want to see what it does. I'm going to take that. The loss of a single warlock? It's a really good polearm unit. I'm fine with that. I can just put another necromancer in there. Aha! Geyser Rock. Okay, so we know where this dude is. So he might go for verdant vivarium. Seeing as he's got an outpost right there, I actually need to get up here with a hero and get an outpost down like ASAP. Super ASAP. So much so that I might actually pull a character out right now. I'm going to do that. I have to get a city there because that's like my whole... That's my entire plan. I love that the entrance to our cavern is literally on top of our base. It's such a cheeky little bonus. I will take Summon Corrupt Souls. Let that guy keep running. You're going to grab that. But this guy has built an awful lot of cities. Sky Totem. Damn, dude. He has 3 active cities and an outpost. I have 1 city and 0 outposts. And, like, have not even come close to having the opportunity to have more. Absolutely yuckers. Skullkeep's got his mana obelisk. I think I'm gonna build my soul well. It's a good spot for it. My biggest threat... Oh! This is uninhabitable. Which means Zahatur actually cannot grow in this direction. Which means that nobody should ever bump up on my borders. 10 combat casting per unit, death or kill. Instantly gain 750 knowledge. We met Emperor Artie Keykeeper, a feathered industrialist, competitive merchant. Adaptive, sharp eyes, elusive, light-footed. Guardian of nature. I was insulted. Rude. I'm going to denounce this guy. Just to make it clear. And we have to prioritize this infestation because now they've invaded us. We already were prioritizing them, but just a little more focused now. Just checked out your YouTube and I actually watched your Warhammer Beginner's Guide. Yes, I love it. Yeah, that was a pretty popular one. I actually really want to do a Beginner's Guide for Age of Wonders. And then start trying to make some other guides in there as well. I'm gonna take that. Oh, all right. We got bone horrors now. Like, obviously I can't take all of these guys. I really hate the archers. But I could take some more polearms and other things. Before resuming diplomatic relations, Zahatur accuses one of your heroes to stealing the coveted Staff of Blossoms. I would not accuse anyone of theft without proof, my Dracolich. 2 of my servants caught Banaroth the Soother in the act. I trust in your judgment and expect the weapon to be returned to me post-haste. Upon inquiry, Banaroth immediately admits to the theft without any regret. Secretly sell the staff? 100% chance we sell the staff and get 300 gold. I could keep the staff, which is a tier 3 staff. Support abilities grant regeneration to affected units. Formally apologize. Gain 6 alliance. I really like that staff. But I'm gonna have to take the shadow option. I'm a dragon. Dragons like gold. Hell yeah, and we got our first bone horror, which is a big bone crab. What's really nice about these guys is if they die... Actually, when they first reach 50% HP, I didn't realize. I thought it was only when they died. They summon a decaying zombie, which I can then explode using corpse explosion. They're also cheap. Bow, 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 bow. How do I want to move you guys around? Like that? Do you have a necromancer? You do. I think I should probably get rid of this pursuer. I guess he'll just die eventually, though. Shock unit. A mage, a necromancer. Necromancer, mage. What's the second one of you? Okay. Pretty good. Gonna try to make that play on them. I can't get in there, can I? No. I'd like to know what this city is, though. I am currently trespassing, so let's solve that. Base upkeep per unit 2, 5, 10, 20. It's really good though for us. Looking at this game for a few days looks super fun. It just reminded me of Total War Warhammer, so I see that you play both. Yeah, Total War Warhammer is like what I started on the channel on originally, and then I like built up and I started jumping around after Warhammer 3 came out because I wasn't like super happy with how it was all handled. Ah, we do have another hero slot. A specialist engineer. Frenzied. Whenever this unit lands an attack, it gains a stack of strengthened. Duelist, disdain, and the afflictor. These guys come in at level 5, but they cost a bit more money, but we just got all that money right now. Special province improvement is like whatever. I think I just want mages. I know it's a bit cheap of me, but I think I'm going to take it. This guy has to lose this sphere. I guess I could give him a crossbow. I guess we could give him a crossbow for right now. And this guy will take the Pyromancer Sphere next turn. Your skills that you have are Channel Power, Lightning Evoker, and Magecraft. Can I change those maybe? Magecraft for sure. Channel Power I like. I think I'd rather give you Sundering Curse though. Distant Evocation is what I really, really want, because especially if you stack that with that other orb, it's going to give you +2 range. Let's take Sundering Curse for now, though. And he needs one of these two armies. I think we'll put him in there. All right, look at this. Full stack, ready to go. They'll all be healed up next turn. These guys are going to reinforce in a minute, but they've got a bit until then. We have 700 points. We'll get a bunch of undead from them. I got 200 Imperium right now. Really useless before, the bone horrors. I think they're better now. I certainly hope they are with the necromancy changes. Researching city structures costs less gold in production to build. This would not be bad for us, especially because I'm going for a magic play. This would not be bad for us. Bum, bum, bum. Oh my god, and if we wipe these guys out, we can finally just start going around and clearing up all the rest of the trash. Maybe start making our way out of this little zone. I did just pick up another necromancer. Can't quite reach. All right, we got 3 troops here, which I don't particularly need. Yeah, let's get rid of all these. I'd rather the income. Then we can spend it on other stuff. You have found yourself trespassing. A lost queen's crypt. Oh, this is actually all coming out of Sky Totem. Interesting. Okay. I managed to reduce that brand to 9 from 20. We have a pact of loyalty with these guys now. And I can buy stuff off them. I can buy Arcanium ore. Hurry recruitment. I can trade mana for gold. Not useful now. Might be later useful. Might be useful later. All right. Let's keep crunching. I feel good about the fact that we have 3 like full stacks up and running. Even if they are like mostly garbage undead, they are starting to advance to higher stuff. Nice. Okay, and he just spawns an 800 point army right as I'm about to attack him. Love that for us. We can still win it though. My soul well is complete, getting us an extra 5 mana per turn. Which will expand more as well once we take this Arcanium ore. All right, you're going to move up here and find a spot to probably build right here. All right, they're only going to get stronger if we leave them, so we might as well just take it out. Would Banneroth arrive faster to build the outpost with the mount? Yeah, probably he would. Actually, hold on. That reminds me. How about we take the mount off after the fight? Okay, that's fine. We're okay. Accidentally moved around right before taking that. It is more XP. You're not wrong on that. It's just unfortunate that it's a bone dragon. It'd be really hard for me to get these guys. On the bright side, they shouldn't do very much to us because their blight damage, which we're resistant against, is undead. And their whole thing is like terrifying aura, which is also not a problem for us. But it's not going to take a lot for them to be directly on top of us. Let's see. I was thinking about going there so I could buff him. I think I'm still going to do that. Put the bone horror there. Limited movement. I'm gonna save my necromancer raise undeads. So that we can use them when our units die. Because for sure, we're going to take some casualties in this fight. Okay, that could have been a lot worse. What is this unit? Ancestral Warden. Oh, these are the new primal units that have jump. Which is really weird on a polearm, but I sort of love it. All right, this ain't too bad. You know what? Ah, he resisted the terrifying gorge. Criminal. Absolutely criminal. That guy's gonna have Giant Slayer, probably. He does not? I thought he'd be really dangerous. I mean, he would do almost all of my guys' hit points, so I probably do want to take him out first. I mean, we got a couple different targets here right now. Ah, Bone Horror can't get a good charge off. The regen is very, very good. All right, you don't have a choice. You got to go there. This guy's gonna have to go for like this crazy wide flank. Move you up. We'll move you up. We'll move you up. Eight. Doesn't really matter. I'll have these guys focus. Basically, my thought here is like I'd rather focus the spears down because they're going to do more damage than a defender is going to do. All right, well, he's dead for a turn. I could necrotize this guy. All right, it took a lot, but we got him down. Just absolutely non-stop wailing on them. It is kind of funny that, like, you know, our guys, Accursed Durgar, like, we have Overwhelm, but it doesn't really work because only my Necromancers get it. And the Poisonous is fairly useless as well. I definitely did not build these guys overly smart. At least until we get Rally of Kings online, we're going to be penalized for the type of units we can build. Okay, there goes the Skelly Mage. It's okay, that's what we have Necromancers for. Owie, owie, owie. I guess comically they all probably get regen as well. Boy, does that not do a lot. You can consume corpses for free. Skeletal polearm, skeletal warrior. I'm gonna eat that polearm unit because then it can't be raised. Then we attack you, cancel your retaliation. Use this guy to attack him, but ideally I'd like to weaken him first. This is my skeleton mage. Part of me is like, do any of my guys even do weaken anymore? Soulbound, maybe. You probably got to deal with this wyvern on our back flank, I'm just realizing. This is gonna suck because I'm gonna have to turn this guy's back open to everybody else. but I don't see any other reasonable way to handle that. Okay, you're down. Nobody can step on that corpse. We lost the skeleton warrior out here. We could just bring him back. Have him do some damage. This guy hits for a lot. Obviously, the big dragon is a threat. But this wyvern is giving me grief. Pretty much all you can do is attack. You're a decaying zombie. I'm gonna let you stick on the banshee. Do we have any spells that cast weaken? Yes. Should have cast that a long time ago. He's below 50%, so he'll take some casualty damage, I think. Can't do anything but defend. All right, let's see how this goes. It's a bit of a mess. I'm a bit worried. All right, he goes for the mage. Okay. 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 Oh no! I just became berserked. All right, that could have been worse. That is quite the retaliation. I'm gonna have you stand on top of this character so that he cannot respawn. Missed! My goal right now is try to get as many people away from my hero that can kill him in a single turn. Unfortunately, I don't have a ton of options on this front. Because they have all these mages, and I have 2 HP, which basically means if they decide to kill me, they kill me. And there ain't much diddly squat I can do about it. Because I don't have any heal spells. Banshee, Bone Wyvern, Skeletal Mage. Bone Wyvern. We could bring that Skeletal Mage back. Why not, I suppose. Shadowrouse, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. There is at least a wall so that spear can't get to me. What if I did that and then cast Sundering Curse? Wouldn't really do that much, would it? I'm going to ice shackle the two of them because I want them to be slowed in the hopes that maybe somehow they can't reach me. I hope Berserk wears off. If it doesn't, I have a very deadly problem. Nah, I'm dead anyway. It's okay. Losing my hero is not the end of this fight. He just gets to take a little dirt nap. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Let's have you attack them. Have you go for him. Who hasn't gone here? This mage can dunk some bolts. Thank you, thank you. Came in with Corsair's Cove. Excellent. Wonderful people. It's been a long time since I've had a chance to play D&D with them. But they are very good vibes. I don't know. I guess we strengthen you guys. And then 25%. The mage dead. Missed. Yeah, I'll take that. Spear homies come up in here instead. I could kill him or I could kill him. Do I have any other options? Not really. So let's kill the mage. Balassal Bakbori, also thank you for the follow and welcome to the agency. I'm glad you have such a good taste in games. Oh, the dragon came back. I forgot that I was literally just keeping somebody on top of his body to stop him from respawning. That's okay. We can still get him. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Maximum charge. Bring in the rest of the goons. Let's get the hell out of here. What do we lose? Not that much. The price is well worth it. I got 2 new bone horrors. I mean, do I want any of these guys? Athletics, elusive, purring mystics. Hooved primals are pretty good for frontliners. Noble birdfolk. Friendly units do not block movement. Adaptable, sharp eyes, and elusive. That ain't bad. Purring mystics, purring mystics. I'll take a hoof primal. I'll take a bird folk. We also picked up a second pyromancer sphere and a protector of vigilance. Tier 3 shield. Well, looks like you both get this. Okay. I'm in the void for 3 turns. Which is what it is. I guess this guy is just like exploring at this point. This dude is... I think I'm going to put him up here and take a look around. You guys can come up here and heal. You're first into the void. You're on your way. I'm losing 15 mana, so I probably need to take a look at this. I definitely have too many troops right now. New Empire development skill. Extra casting points. Your armies regenerate 10 HP per turn in hostile domain. That's a curious one. Right now, I'm going to admit, I'm not really casting that much. I think I might hold on to my Imperium. All right, we need to look at these armies. I have, what, 3 bone horrors? 3. So a bone horror, a necromancer, and a hero in each army. A skeletal mage. And then like a sword and shield. Is pretty much how it's going to work. So this guy needs one of those bone horrors. And I guess like this guy needs one of those bone horrors. I'm all out of shield units. You guys are good. You guys are good. Wild vermin. Ah, wild vermin have overwhelm. Lizard looters have poisonous, which is really nice. Tenacious and cold-blooded. Can't really decide who I want here. I'm gonna get rid of these two. I shouldn't have got them. Okay. Oh no, he's not down here to get an outpost, is he? No, that's just an army. He's just a scout. I feel like digging used to be a lot better, but maybe I'm thinking of prospecting. Zach, hello. How are you? Welcome to a little undead time. As your mind wanders through the glimmering abundance of your horde, you find yourself pondering the city of Duskvault. Since you first met them, a nagging feeling has been growing inside your mighty chest. Rumors that their wealth poisoned your thoughts. Tales of a secret treasure vault below Duskvault grappled your mind. The Baroness eluded all inquiries, fearful of a dragon's greed. I'm gonna befriend her. Maybe a weird choice for a massive ancient dragon who loves necromancy. But it's our correct choice. Yeah, this is definitely the best place for the outpost. Bwah, 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 bwah. Now, somebody brought up a really good point, which is that I should unequip the dog on him. And then next turn I can put it on that scout warrior wizard. You need a bone dragon. Or bone horror. You need a bone horror. Bone horror, necromancer, mage. This is the perfect army for us in this moment in time. 2 spears. You are actually missing a spear. It's because we have that extra necro. Beep, 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 beep. Aha, Bronze Gate. A capital. All right, so this guy's actually pretty far away from us. Keykeeper. Likes empires with a strong economy, likes empires that trade. Dislikes empires who don't have relationships with free cities, and dislikes empires that break treaties. I'm in the void. I can't talk to anybody. Okay. Summon Corrupt Soul. I guess we don't need Phantasm Warrior anymore at all. Do I need Soul Overflow? It's pretty good. It's a 1 hex radius, strengthen, 20 XP, 20 HP. Zoop. 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 Oh, I guess it's once he has that hero back, he'll be fine. You guys are 600. This should not be a problem for us. I'll take it. Oh, wild dwarves? These are really, really good for frontline. Oh my god, I'm actually going to get... all of them. When the Warbreed is defeated, he falls to the ground dead, but then rises again and the Wailing Phantasm Warriors disappear. Finally, a worthy opponent. I salute you. Songs will be sung of your victory. Nevertheless, I issue this warning. When I am permitted to return one day, I will seek retribution. The Silver Knight clenches his butt cheeks. I will now leave this realm. Select one of my armaments as your keepsake. Today's victory brings glory to the empire of the Dracolich. Just before the Silver Knights explodes into stars, you claim the Knights. Demoralizing masks, battle axe, evoker's robe, or heavy armor greaves. Magic attacks deal 20% damage. I'm probably going to take that. Yeah. I most certainly am going to take that and put it on my mage. RIP mana, I know. But these are so good. I can put one in there. One in here. You are wild dwarves. We'll make it back. We have a few levels. We're going to pick up distant evocation on you. A war breaking out on the surface. I feel like this is taking forever to build this monolith. God. Not as much as I was hoping for. Akshita, hello. I'm doing very well. We're at a weird start to this campaign. I don't think I've ever gone 30 turns without an outpost built. First outpost turned 32. But we have 2 really good potential vassals. And we have all of the things we need for victory with these 2 ancient wonders. Right? Like, I kind of got to look at this again. Tier 5, launch the Aid of Shadow, bind 2 ancient wonders. So as long as I have both of these, this should be very winnable. I think I'm going to just turn this directly into a city without building anything on it. You know what? No, I have the cash. I should move here with a population so that he can't take this entrance, because I'm going to have to be defending that. And then the rest we get to just like kind of figure out over time. All my scouts just chilling, exploring. You're gonna go 1 into here, 1 into here, 2 into here. A signature skill is available on Alaric. I mean, summon undead does make an awful lot of sense, doesn't it? But I'm going to take Frostfire Detonation because he is my mage. A bounty has been posted to capture this outpost. Ooh. Now, that is not a bad idea. We would get 286 mana if we took that on. It would set him back. And it would ensure that this outpost doesn't touch anybody. I could just take that outpost and raise it. My dudes, that's not the worst idea. Soulwell mana per research post, or conduit. Per research post or conduit. Counts as a research post. You like me. You like me. You really like me. Cleansing boots, cleansing rings, cleansing mantles. It's not a bad item for the frost resistance alone. I could buy mana per turn. I'll take your deal. Single race, strong military. Dislikes empires with relations with free cities. I mean, we're probably not going to get along for a while then. We'll see how that rolls. If this campaign goes the way I think it will, I think it's just going to evolve a lot of like Skullkeep just sitting in the corner being totally safe, and then us just popping out from the underground and attacking cities and then running away. That's certainly the current vibe check. All right, let's move you guys over here so we can fight this giant and get this arcanium ore. I'm gonna pull a necromancer out of here. I'm not in a rush to do it. Ha! You are the inconsiderate Dracolich. I am Elder Dragon Felkin. Many Godir make war. I aim to make peace. Another authoritarian diplomat. This guy is super order affinity. He has awakened some Talpids. Oh, look, another underground adaptation. They've already got Mark of the Dove? Good grief. That's his capital. All right, it's not that good. It's good, but it's not that good. Casting wizard magic. I do really like the rivers that are going through the underground. Sky Totem is under siege. By what? Or by whom? All right, we got our monolith up here. +2 starting rank to every support unit. Okay. +10 mana per conduit. I could definitely focus on that. Rents province is breaking off due to low stability. That is boosted. So I think I will take that next.
Yeah.
As your troops move in to engage the ancient rock giant, it surprises them by simply sitting down. The primal being still towers above your army, casting a long shadow that engulfs much of its surrounding. Once it used its tremendous power to form the mountains and seas, but now it raises its arms in the timeless sign of surrender. Then it simply waits. 40 Imperium or -5 alignment. Give me that XP. Every bone horror I raise gets to replace one of these like polearm units. I guess that Necro will be my next army. All right, great. We also got Fireforged Stone over here that we can pick up. Does anybody have focus crystals? That's a good question. Tranquility pool. Silver tongue. Rainbow clover. Oh, we should maybe make a push for that. Astral dew. Archon blood, haze berries. Why is the magic material I want never anywhere in sight? You're angering me. Keep going if won't see the end of this. I built a nearby outpost. I pay for that. And a new rally has started. Oh my god. Okay, so last campaign, we had a Shadow Affinity vassal, and it provided us with Bone Horrors and all of the tier 1 units. So I thought, oh, okay, I can get tier 1 units from vassalizing these guys, and then we could actually have like Duragar units for our skeletons. But instead, this guy has access to bone dragons, which you can normally only get from one very specific ancient wonder. And he has access to banshees as well, which means if I wanted to, I don't have to unlock a banshee as a tech. In fact, I could take a totally different book now instead of taking the banshee book. That's pretty big. I am going to absorb these guys because I need to get the altar of elements. There's an underground passage down there too. Ooh. Okay, that should be fine. I hope. I hope. Some tasty bits. Yeah, getting those dragons is going to be... That's huge. That's my path to tier 4 units. It does mean I need to start saving up. Oh my god. Oh, how incredible. Tales of a wicked goater make the most tenacious of your people shiver. While investigating these tales, you are contacted none other than Shadow Lord Bone Daddy. It seems my reputation precedes me, and so does yours. Many so-called rulers lack the willpower to claim and conquer what is theirs to take, but you don't hesitate. We have that in common. Accept my offer, and I can aid you on your path to domination. I will absolutely welcome your aid, Bone Daddy. Bone Daddy was the only other necromancer hero I've played. And it was way before they changed any of the necromancy stuff. Bone Daddy had a really hard time. I was surprised that we won with him. 60% chance of inflicting decaying on battle mage and support units. That would be really good. That would be really good. It also only takes 1 turn to recruit. You guys have a stronghold. Do. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna build an estate hall. This place is growing extremely slowly. You guys could use a turn to heal. So I think I'll let you vibe. You got the work camp, so I'm gonna just throw away, I think, a research post here. And then I'm gonna advance this right away into a city. Trade proposal for a wizard bond. I don't like anybody knowing where I am. They made a defensive pact. Yeah, because right now there's literally no way for other characters to find me. Or at least find my capital. Like, my capital is going to stay hidden for a very long time. Possibly forever. And if they can't find my capital, it's going to make it much more difficult for them to kill me at the end game. At least that's my hope. That's the loose plan. Necrotic magic complete. Aha! Aha! So there is the Tome of the Doom Herald. Does get us the Doom Depth Trench, which is really good. And Cruel Weapons, which is pretty good. Kill morale. Cruel Weapons, 30% damage against units with morale of low or worse. Joy Siphoners. Target race becomes living morale siphons, making their attacks steal morale per hit. Alternatively, I could take something like the Tome of Scrying. Giving my necromancers guided projectiles. Let me scry on the enemy. I don't think any of the other stuff even comes like remotely interested to me. The thing is I'm not really going with a morale build. Normally you would take chaos as well. Necro Dragon with a Bone Dragon army sounds like it's meant to be. Yeah, right? Don't it though? I do like the Doom Depth Trench. It is very helpful. Gaining more vision, true sight, and inflicting marked. Minuses to evasion. Summoning, I don't think makes sense for us. Summoning well wouldn't be bad. I guess it just feels like all of this stuff is not particularly super useful for me. But I kind of would like some more astral affinity. I suppose the flip of this is requiring me to hire banshees, and I'd have no way to replace them otherwise. Tome of Warding. We already have the Tome of Warding. I think I might actually take Scrying. Guided projectiles would be really good. Watch for such an amazing unit as well. Honestly, I don't really use it. I haven't used it in a long time. Stun. Sundered resistance is kind of nice because all of my guys do like blight damage and poisons. This is the hardest decision I have had to make in this game in a really long time. All right, you know what? I don't think it matters, so I'm going to take this just for the astral affinity. I think I could go either with these books, and I'd like to give ourselves the option.
To gaze beyond the physical realm.
Okay. Defensive packs. Oh, yeah, and we can summon corrupt souls now, too. I keep forgetting about this. Let's take necrotic magic, even though it's going to kill our upkeep. Again. I like that undead seem to do really well in auto-resolve. It is quite a pleasing bonus. You know what? I'm just going to throw that guy on auto-explore. Ooh, you're on the other continent. A city ruins. I can animate those cities. I'm actually going to give that guy experienced leader right now. Because it seems like everything is going to suck for him otherwise. There's just going to be so many turns without combat that it kind of treks. It kind of works. Necro's looking really fun. I'm enjoying them so far. It's the first time I felt like we have a really good early army. Now, we've been struggling a bit with upkeep, but when aren't I? All right, we'll kill this Chaos Beast, and then we'll move on that Fire Giant after. Are there any more? That's mana. I'm going to steal that. All of our mages have necrotic and magic. Banneroth has picked up a signature skill. I guess Visions of Woe. Our second city is about to pop, which is good. Oh my god, did somebody build something there? No, someone is excavating something there. Bold choice. Charge spur. I like how it has these like rocks all around it. It's a good look for it. Huts. Buff. Gonna really struggle to get food in that place. All right, I'm gonna keep an eye out for like watchtowers here. As your troops engage a group of fiends, it becomes apparent that they've been conjuring a portal to withdraw. Bind the Chaos Eater to your team. How nice would that be? A tier 4 battle mage? Kill them all. Kill them all, let the bone horrors sort them out. That's what I always say. Okay. Denounce, etc., etc. Gotta get somebody up here to dig out this earth. And over here to dig out earth. What happened to my scouts? Head them down there. I love these cities just like spewing out living fog and banshees and other like horrible monsters. Tales of your dealing with the Shadow Affinity travel far. A company of stalwart paladins proclaim they are going to overthrow us. The zealous torchbearers of the Golden Lion are very eager to vanquish the manifestation of shadow in their realm. Their company, led by a knight, does not even care what degree you actually pose to threat to this lands and people. You are simply a means to bring honor and titles to their name. Nearby torchbearers seek to cast you into the light. They deserve to be subjugated with your terrible power. You gain a knight. No. They are welcome into my domain of darkness. Welcome to die. There's 381 of them. That's so funny. We're fighting all these like crazy difficult battles and then they show up and they're like just trash. I have foolishly blocked myself. Let's have you go this way to start. A wizard's bond? Again, I don't want anyone to know where I am. I don't know if I'm going to regret this later in life, but right now, my best goal, I'm a hermit kingdom. It's to stay out of politics. These guys got the Pact of Loyalty in 3 turns. These guys are a Pact of Vassalage in 3 turns. Huge. Absolutely huge. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, dudes, we gotta start saving up for bone dragons. They're gonna cost me Imperium, though. $10 mana, 10 draft. Prevents provinces from breaking off due to instability. Can't be boosted through any way. I don't understand why all these units are so strong. It baffles my mind. Some of these guys would do well to heal. Nap. Nap. Level ups. Precognition. Arcane Strength. Magic attacks gain 10 damage, 10 accuracy, and ignore up to 2 status resists. Let's go with that. My ruler leveled up and also hit level 8. We will see what we decide on there. I want Shadow Aura, which means we need to take one more thing. I think I'm just going to take Dragon Scales. Now, Draining Blade deals damage to the target enemy and heals you the same amount. I could take Restoration, which allows me to revive a unit. Mass Rejuve. Bum, 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 bum. Honestly, man, this could go any number of ways. I wish he had gotten Summon Undead instead. Instantly gain 1,000 mana. Whenever a new research skill is unlocked, the knowledge of another random skill is reduced. I'm definitely taking that one. That one's really good. Units gain universal camouflage in your domain. Your cities gain +4 vision range. All your heroes instantly gain 1 rank. A bounty for Dusk Vault. Why would they do that? Oh no. You know what? That's not a big enough army. So I actually don't have enough recruitment points here right now to get either of these. But I will once I vassalize the second city. The Torchbearers of the Golden Lion proved no match for your dark power and lay mortally wounded at your troops' feet. You ensured that not all the paladins were killed outright, thinking ahead to your cunning mind wont to do. Fresh bodies and souls are burdensome to acquire, so when lambs lead themselves to the slaughter, you make efficient use of the opportunity. The symphony of death rattles that rises from the motionless bodies is a testament of your success. How do you want to use the dying bodies? Shadow Boon. We can get a bunch of population, a bunch of knowledge, a bunch of souls, or skeletal polearms. That's 1 turn of knowledge. I think I'm actually going to feed them to the unholy followers at Skullkeep, because it's really hard for me to get population. I want this conduit, but I'm also like, I want farms for more food. Oh my god, 40 turns and we finally cleared our area. Unbelievable. Do we not have magical wards cast? We do, right? Shadow Domain. What are the last spells here? Your heroes gain experience 200% faster. Well, that's incredible. And immediately reveal the full world map. Your throne city gets infinite sensing range. Armies in sensing range reveal their numbers and allegiance. We truly are going to be the Shadow Dragon. Lurking in the caves. Oh, these guys are about to vassalize too. Am I going to be able to win this game with 3 cities? Really hard to say. This one is giving me half cost for mental mark. I suppose. It's got an army blocking the path down here. It's a little annoying. Like, seems like the last Shadow Talent is what the Fey Mist needs. Yeah. Big time, seriously. Falcon. Too many underground dudes. So... I guess I could pop up here and clear out these camps. But let's like wait a turn because we kind of need to heal our dudes up. And then I'd like to move out to these areas, start digging for loot, dig for loot over here as well. Boy. Guess you're gonna build a mine. Pact of Loyalty. And Pact of Vassalage. This guy's upset at us. Oh, well, he can't do anything. He has no... Like, I could declare war on him. Easy clap. But he can't declare war on me at all. These guys are willing to trade with me now, too. Tranquility Pool. Researching spells costs 10% less knowledge. Gonna take that for sure. I think I could tell Zaha Turn to do things now as well. For example, go to Charred Spar and just defend it. What's going to end up happening is Dusk Vault is going to be my front line because everything is going to have to come through here in order to get to us. Because like the pathway is there and I'm all the way over here. It's possible that Halcyon just comes like straight down, but if I keep this watchtower, which shouldn't be that hard, I could see them coming a mile away. I just had a brief thought, which is if I could vassalize Forag Lifton, then she would guard my northern border. Quite effectively. That might be a war we want to take. Sheep, you're muted. I'm not muted. You're muted. You have many seconds of delay. Don't worry, it happens. Happens to all of us. I would like to see what it's like if we could get one of these like corrupted souls as well in our armies. I wonder if we did like two bone horrors and a corrupted soul. Would that be a better option? 12 mana for upkeep versus, I don't know how much mana for upkeep. 11? Crushing Anguish. Target unit with morale of low or worse has a chance of dying instantly. Maybe I should have went with Doom Heralds. Up you go, everybody. Not that I need this many armies to do what I'm doing right now. Like, I probably could be splitting my guys up and making way more efficient use of their time. But are you just going to keep a hero on this spot to stop me from coming down here? Really frustrating me. I'm trying to figure out what's happening into the world. What's really funny is it's like I almost don't even need to scout because I could just wait until we unlock that shadow ability. And then just get the whole world map. Your vassals Ahartur urgently requests an audience. This is an outrage. Lords of this realm should tremble before us, and you in particular. Yet unchallenged, Dusk Vault continuously expands its borders. I'm fine with that. Falcon builds his wizard tower high, the hubris. Yeah, Falcon I don't like. The Baroness wrinkles her nose. We need to shake things up, cause mayhem, show these amateurs that we set the rules. She presents a guileful smile. Truthfully, all Godir and rulers of this realm pale compared to us. I mean, you, O Dracolich. Show them power. I'm not going to attack Dusk Vault. Ooh. Wow. I could take a minus 450 penalty to every single faction in the game and get bonded vassalage. I could just take a debuff with Falcon as well as giving them a moderate grievance. I would get a bunch of Imperium and they would be happy. I'm fine with that. Falcon is literally on the other continent. That shouldn't be an issue for us. A tortured-looking horned god and his minions gape at your army. Wordless, the vacant beings shuffle towards you, but make no otherwise hostile movements. Lose knowledge, but gain a population. Or prune those shrubs. Oh, I probably should have taken that bone horror. Oh well. That rainbow clover would be good for us to take. So I'm probably going to have to grow some population up there. Spells can be cast the first turn of combat. That's kind of nice. 1,000 mana is also kind of nice. I think I'm just going to hoard Imperium right now. Finally, this guy lets me come down. We get guided projectiles on all of our mages. You like me, which is nice. I'm going to buy Silver Tongue off of them because it's going to cause my vassals to integrate much, much faster. Part of me feels like we should get a forge just so we can start making items out of all this materials we get. Fart. 288, 260. Just taking the cheap option. Okay, there is another research post we could get down here, and it would get us Fireforge. Kind of nonsense, but I'm going to take it. And then the academy? A lot of this stuff I can't even build because I don't have the room for it. I'm going to set up palisade walls here just so there's some defense so sieges aren't immediate. And then we'll sail across and we'll start breaking down these walls. All of these guys can start coming underground. And working our way. I might build some roads probably to connect us to Zahatur. Would be a terrible, terrible choice. You're going to try to make your way to that tower. All right, 600 Imperium. When can I integrate? Flourishing vassalage. Soul binders. Increased chance of getting souls in combat. I guess this guy's gonna get a hut. Ooh, I wonder, from that hut, can I grow into these territories? I bet I could. And we've unlocked another hero slot, so we can pick up Bone Daddy. Which I think for sure we should do. Trainer. Just don't bed. He's riding a warg into combat with a lightning orb. Level 3. So his special ability is Death Call. He can raise a random skeleton unit from the target corpse. And he can do it every turn. Yes, you heard that correct. Do I need to build outposts anywhere else? Like, I could build one here just to be like, don't come any closer. Buy a hero slot with Imperium. 750 Imperium, though. That's kind of fun. Casting Adept with Hero of the Meek. Just start bringing people back to life. Let us unlock roads. And then we will build these roads out this way. You're going to keep sneaking. I've been denounced by Falcon. It looks like they've taken some sort of like nature or possibly light bonus aspect. Rumored to have committed serious atrocities. Well, I don't know who spread that rumor. It's not like I've been raising the undead or anything. Depends on turn. It also probably depends on how many heroes you have. Like the fact that I just... yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's probably based off of... Yeah. How many turns it is. So it's like 30 Imperium a turn. It looked like it just went down by. Plus 24. Do I want to spend that money? I don't think I do. A hunter spider. Baroness of the Free City of Pitched Vec regards you with unveiled suspicion. We met with a Dracolich. We suggest you approach us dark elves with caution. You will find we don't bow as easily as the accursed Duragar. Underground adaptation. Keen-sighted sharp elves. Frostling transformation. Ooh. Nobody has taken these guys. I could vassalize them. Fairly easy. And I'm going to get enough for bone dragons very, very soon. I don't know. Does this spider want to do anything? I guess I could also scout with him. Just for fun. Denounce, denounce, denounce. Here's guy's 180 Imperium, turn 5. If you have it all the time and can get the normal hero cap raise or not. I think it just speeds up like when the next hero cap raise is, right? Like it'll reset the hero cap increase probably when you cast it. I would highly, highly suspect. We found a gold vein and another mana eater. All right. I need you to go down here and excavate that. You're gonna go grab that tower. Soul binders. Oh my god, we're already on tier 3 tech. The Tome of Great Transformation. Soul Harvest. Weakening Aura. Wow, that's really good for us. Domain of Death. Friendly undead in the domain deal 10% damage. Enemy units become soulbound. City has plus 20 stability. Necrotic Spires heal allied undead and make them become strengthened each turn. When killing non-racial tier 5 units, gain the option to spend souls to create a bone dragon after combat. Okay. Okay. Target a node in your domain. It provides plus 5 soul income. Whiteborn. Your units become undead. And Fetid Legion. Plus 10 hit points and weakening aura. My goodness. My goodness.
Once you have felt the power of necromancy, you begin to grasp a greater truth.
I think I gotta take Fetid Legion first.
Does not really require life to truly live. Life is untidy. It is unpredictable and inefficient. Grant your people the gift of everlasting undeath, and they shall
Find Gold Wonder.
with eternal, ordered obedience.
Plus 50 knowledge when you bind a Gold Wonder. That's a lot. That is no small amount. What do I do with you now? So basically, I'm going to take these guys up here. We're going to clear out this area. And clear the verdant vivarium, if I can. 900? It's a stretch. We can give it a shot. I mean, we might as well try. You notice a disturbance in the astral flows. A curious mage has tampered with the mana currents and has accidentally opened a portal to the astral sea. Will I rescue the mage and banish the magical creatures? Oh my god, amazing. I was actually like, I might not take this quest because it's going to spawn an army back here. And I didn't want to go running all the way back. And then I got lucky. You're the notorious Charon, hoarder of bones, says Exalted Basilisk Fallstar. Well, I have no interest in chatting with you at all. So you can go on your merry little way, Fallstar. Disembark, disembark. Come down this way. This dude is just like hunting for towers. Ritual Mausoleum? Wizard's Tower? I guess that's boosted. You guys just built palisade walls. I'll upgrade you to tier 2. Why not? And a new rally has started. I can now get bone dragons. I can also get living fog from Dusk Vault. This is real nice. An insane amount of money to get any of this, though. That's the only downside. Oh, well, look who it is. A little visitor. A little Mona cat coming to say hello. How are you, Mona? Are you just waking up from a nap? Do you want some of my water? Day 50. Wow, we crushed through 50 days today. No time at all. It's been a fairly uneventful campaign so far. But that's sort of been the plan for the Shadow Dragon. Was to hide in the shadows like a big fluffy underground cat. And then only poke our head out when we needed to. How's your life going? You having a good day? He says, I am having the sleepiest day. I have been asleep all day, doing nothing but sleeping. Yes, she's so heavy right now. She's just not at all trying to hold herself up in the slightest. Hey, Mona. Push up, push. What's the matter? You too sleepy for this? Way too sleepy for this, she says. All right. Bone Daddy needs an army. Well, it's gonna have to be an undead one. And I'm not sure how to go about affording it. I don't need this spider for anything. Let's get rid of him. Like, I don't even really need these scouts doing anything right now. As your troops engage the group of fiends, it becomes apparent they have been conjuring a portal to withdraw. Get a nightmare. I just kill them all. Wand of the Rising Undead. Hell yeah. Let's also unequip that Berserker's belt. And what I'd like to start doing is summoning corrupted souls. But first I need to cast soul binders. Awesome. Oh my god, look, they can travel all the way across to all of this territory. That's so nice. It's a shame, though. There's no mushroom farms down here, so there's really no good growth I can get. I guess at least we can get money. Can't get foresters either, so I can't boost granaries. Oh, well. Yeah, well. Any idea when you get the second hero? Like turn 10, I want to say. They've changed it all recently, right? But I would say probably turn 10. That's a 3-hex cone. You have Frostfire Detonation. And you have Sundering Curse. I'm just going to get you Magecraft. All heroes gain experience 200% faster. Yes, please. Take it. Teleporters. I would also like that, but I need the Imperium to absorb this guy. 13 turns. Actually, do I? I'm really excited. I think we might actually get to like attack other groups this game. Which I feel like is something we never get to do. Like I never get to just attack another player. I'm always just like holding off after an endless wave of monsters attacks me. I really like that the city is going to creep this entire zone. Fetid Legion. I want to get this, but it's going to take 15 turns, which is a lot. Let's do it. Let's do it. Found a wiki. Recruiting a hero costs 100 resources, gold plus 50 per each level. Hero cap initially begins and is increased at 10, 25, 45, 70, 100, 135, or by spending Imperium. Wow, those are such strange numbers. I thought it was going to be like 10, 25, 50, 100. But no, 45 and 70 are really like curveballs. Good game. I do not know. Going to sleep is a very good game. Wolfie, take a good nap. Sleep well. We'll see you soon. I could build stuff for 0 cost, 0 turns, but plus costs. Be-do-do. Dunk this army. With the summoned monsters banished, the White Witch drops her magical barrier. Thank you. My field research has never yielded more valuable results. I have another interested hypothesis that needs confirmation. I don't suppose you would mind if I... Which direction do you steer this cannibalistic goblin in? You gain a White Witch. No. You gain some knowledge. You receive 262 mana. This upkeep's going to be rough, but it's going to be worth it. It's basically going to give regeneration to all of my units. Makes me wonder now, do I spend all my Imperium instead of the tree, or do I invest in a better tree? I mean, that's always a big trade-off, right? Like, do you get low tier stuff in the early game, or do you just like pump up one of your cities and make it really, really good to give yourself a better snowball? You, I think, just hit level 10. Picking up Shadow Aura. Yo, I didn't read all of this before. Gain at the end of each turn, adjacent enemy units gain weakened, gain slow, and just have a 60% chance of being frozen and losing their entire turn. That's crazy. This dragon is becoming a monster. And damage or 10 hit points and status. I'm going to take endurance training here. A couple of alliances starting to happen as well. All right, we clear out this guy, and then we can move on verdant vivarium, which will give us a single use 500 knowledge bump, which is really not that good anymore. It's like 200 turns, or 2 turns. After the last patches, it looks quite balanced. Yep. First it was like you don't have archers, you have a hard time. Second hero would be great. Choices. Having a nice little balanced team early on is pretty important. Mana node and some polar bears. Okay, we're gonna head down here. We're gonna dig out this bad boy. We're gonna slaughter these guys. Then we're gonna slaughter these guys. Okay. I have to make a debate. Do we go for scholars guilds or mages guilds? Right now I have all these conduits, but I kind of need them. Wizard's Tower for more Imperium? Yeah, we could. Yeah, actually, I think I will do that. Because then I could probably rush the last level, get a 3rd farm, and build a mint. You leveled up again. Oh my god. Amazing. Expert action. And you... I don't know that I need to take Weaver on you. I guess taking Unholy Leader would probably make a lot of sense. Just give you like a pure flat buff. What do we have here? Gain knowledge whenever a unit gains ranks. Well, that sounds very nice. Yeah, I'll take that. I imagine our armies are probably max rank at this point, though. Shockingly, not even close. Well, that's great. That means we can get a bunch of stuff. Understand those timers for heroes. The distance between heroes is raising by 5 every time. Like for unlocking them? Well, it's more than 5 every time, but 200% XP made a difference, right? It ought to. This is lava here, and he's got this blocked. So this is great. A lot of mana nodes in this city, and a lot of conduits. That's expensive, but worthwhile. I think what I really need to do is get some banshees to swap out these skeletal mages for. I'll let you heal once more. And we'll start heading over here to deal with these dogs. I just got a tranquility pool in Dusk Vault. Bounty to capture this outpost. 330 mana. Nice! We vassalized Dusk Vault. I'm gonna pay them money for knowledge. Insulted. There was another guy, Pitchvek. Why not? You know? I got 10 turns till I can even start absorbing him. I have 11 turns until I can actually bind this verdant vivarium. So I think that kind of works. Now, I don't know if I'm actually going to have a good enough army to take a gold wonder right now. You got to get out of there, buddy. That's not where you want to be. Most definitely not. Rip. That's okay. My scouts really aren't doing that much. Before negotiations with Zahatur resume, Shadowbiter greets you. She bares her teeth with an unsettling grin. To honor your might, I offer you this gift for our mutual entertainment. We caught this miscreant trespassing in my private forest. The prisoner's fate is yours to decide. Attempt to turn the prisoner into a skeletal polearm. Gives you -10 alignment, plus allegiance, and you gain a polearm. -10 alignment and 12 allegiance. -5 and 6. Sacrifice him in Urath's name. We are now very evil. Bounty to capture Pitchvek. Our Wizard's Tower is up. I'm going to attract population and build another farm. And then I'm going to use that to boost the mint and build the mint. Now I'm going to quick save and we're going to pop into this Verdant vivarium. Evil laugh time. You step through the verdant vivarium and are engulfed in a sea of lush leaves and warm winds. A writhing cacophony of birdsong welcomes you. You breathe in the humid air and experience a pull as if propelled forward. You sense movement in the nearby undergrowth. A small critter leaps out and agonizingly evolves into a hunter spider before your very eyes. Then, without warning, a gale topples over nearby trees. An enormous construct lands in the clearing it created. A tinny-voiced progenitor golem snarls. What goes on no legs in the morning, 4 legs in the afternoon, and wings in the evening? Answer me. Dragon is the answer. In the upcoming battle, Unnatural Evolution. A defending animal or dragon gains marked for evolution and transforms into a greater animal or dragon until the end of combat. When this expires, it will transform into a greater animal or dragon. Okay, that sounds terrible. Defensive attackers. All attacking units have bolstered defense until the end of battle. Unnatural evolution still exists. Six turns of reduced knowledge. That actually doesn't slow down how long it takes for me to research this ability. So I'm sure, I guess dragon is the answer. Can I auto combat this? It looks like I can, but I can't believe that's true. Okay. If you say so. Give the man a polearm, he'll fight for a day. Turn a man into a polearm, he will fight for the rest of his life. The creature defeated, its wings clipped, the progenitor golem shrieks with the sound of steel wire twining and then crashes to the earth. It lifts its head one last time and speaks. Your puzzled expression amuses me. Have you not invaded my domain to steal my secrets? My creators, praise their feathers, tasked me to protect this hidden sanctuary. I adapted myself and those I was tasked to protect, and still I failed. One final riddle remains. What mortal bounty should I bequeath upon you? We get a bunch of population, which is nice. What the hell is this spell? Target a friendly army. A random unit with the evolve trait immediately gains enough ranks to evolve. Can you imagine if we had this in our Fey Bay campaign? All of our dragons could have become immediately full-blown dragons. Request a verdant spider leg. Summon spider, tier 2 spider. Yeah, it's not so good. A young fire dragon. Or the entire tome of evolution. I don't know what to take here. It doesn't seem strong at all, right? None of our characters have evolution on this playthrough, because literally our last playthrough was all about evolution. A young fire dragon's not bad, because if I can keep it alive, it'll become a full-blown dragon. Now, dragons are really expensive, we discovered. Even the tome doesn't seem that useful. No, not for this build. Wouldn't make any sense. It's also a tier 1 tome, right? Honestly, I think I'm going to take the spider leg. Tome will give points for talents. It would. You're right. It would start unlocking the nature tree and the chaos tree. And it would give me +5 casting points. But it's going to clog up my whole tech tree with a bunch of things that I have absolutely zero interest in. I guess Draconic Vitality isn't bad. Actually, I kind of like that. Now that I think about it, giving Draconic Vitality on a bunch of undead Duragar, or soon-to-be undead Duragar, And then we just skip all the other ones. Honestly, the +5 casting points is kind of worth it on its own. Tier 1. Yeah, it only takes a single turn to research. Oh, hilarious. Zahatur has finally shown up with his armies to defend my cities. You have enough to absorb this, which gives us +30 and +5. Oh, I misread this before. 500 mana for 500 knowledge is such a trash tier trade. I don't think I could be less interested in taking that. Kill them all. We got another level up. But what do I want on my big Dorgon? You have Shadow Aura, which gives weakened, so I guess I don't need weakening aura. I'm kind of tempted just to take more defense points on you. You almost got killed. In fact, you did get killed in one fight. I am going to take defense points. You gained 2 levels? Dudes, this is out of control. This 200% XP thing is crazy. First strike. Yeah. Yeah. You're level 11. You get your full transformation in 1 level. Big. Reroll researches, you have tons of mana if you get all the bad ones. Yeah, I was thinking the same. But honestly, also, like, if they're all tier 1 tech, it'll research in a single turn. I love that this is all uninhabitable, so he can't literally, like, he literally can't touch my provinces. So my hermit kingdom stays perfectly hermited. And as long as this guy doesn't upgrade this outpost to his city, or annex this one province, I shouldn't have any issues. What's this homie doing? I lost that tower again. I'd like to have Bone Daddy doing some stuff. I don't know. Think about it. Hermit has major synergy with Underground. Yeah, it really seems to be pretty good bonuses, so. Hermit does not even like the outposts. Yeah, that's correct. But it has to touch, and it's not touching right now. If I go above ground, 1, if I take this over, it will. But as long as I don't, it shouldn't. If I take Dusk Vault, I will have a problem with Boulder. Cleaning out the trash. What a provocation. We will probably just keep that on hold. Keep that on layaway. You've got your mint made. I'm going to build the item forge. You have a granary made. I'll take experimentation. You've leveled up a little bit. You know what? I'll take reduced upkeep. At this point, that's probably not a stupid idea. And I'm going to take Mass Rejuve. Because I feel like this guy's meant to be giving buffs. And he currently does not. Signature skill. Shadow transformation. Unit gains the undead unit type, which means that my necromancers can now cast strengthen on him. Its breath attack increases in size. So it's going to be a 4 hex cone. Becomes part frost damage if not a shadow dragon. You are a shadow dragon. Inflicts 2 weakened. 70% chance of inflicting frozen. And he heals 5 temp HP per unit hit. Oh my god, he looks so good. Damn, dudes. He's perfect. What a look. What a looker. You know what, actually? I'm going to take Quicken Breath. That Dragon Breath is a 4 hex cone. That's absolutely crazy. That's a massive, massive amount of territory that takes over now. And a 70% chance of inflicting frozen. Man, I'm also tempted to take reduced upkeep for you. I'll try summoning a corrupted soul. Dudes, we look awesome. I'm really pleased. I think we look great. I could not have asked for a better looking Dorgon. Now that we've cleared this as well, we should probably come down here and clear this altar of elements. Magic origin units require 50% less gold and mana upkeep in this city domain. That's literally all of my units. So if I hang out in Zahatur, I just basically am super cheap. Okay, this guy still has a skeleton warrior, so we're gonna get rid of that, and we're gonna try putting a corrupted soul in his army. Oops. A corrupted soul in his army. They cost 12 mana. Okay. But they're pretty cool. Call the Weak. Weakening Aura. Hurtless. Hopelessness. For each morale level an attacker has below neutral, this unit gains 1 defense, 1 resistance. He gets Pass Through and Shadow. Cool. Tier 5 units. Tier 5 units mean bone dragons. Good news, everybody. You're gonna get summoned undead because obviously. I feel like there's another tower I intended to take, but I truly don't know where it is. But you know what? I've also never been up this way, so let's explore. Only in the domain. With the hermit, you'll probably not have domain everywhere. That's true, but we're doing a magic victory, so we mostly just have to sit around and defend those ancient wonders, which is not too bad. We get to hunker. And the thing is this, like, I can basically just park an army here so that anything that comes through here gets 3v1'd. And then for things to get through here, they have to get all the way through Dusk Vault. As long as somebody else doesn't beat me to the magic victory, which is always the question, I feel like we're going to do okay. I'm gonna go with the Scholars Guild. We're still a little bit wounded here, but not horribly. There's a mana conduit over here. Let's grab that. I'm liking the way the city is starting to look as it expands across these like little islands. It's pretty cool. Gals, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. We have unlocked Spying Shadows once we have 500 Imperium as well, which is full map hacks. I was falsely denounced. I'm going to settle that denouncement and denounce you for falsely denouncing me. How do you like me now? I probably should heal before I fight these guys. As your troops engage the group of fiends, it becomes apparent they've been conjuring a portal to withdraw. We could bind a Baylor to us. This is a decision. If we kill it, I can make a bone dragon out of it. If not a hero, unit turns into a tier 1 fiend upon control of its death. No, it's absolutely no, he's not free. He costs like probably 10 Imperium and like 19 mana or something like that. Maybe more. I think I'm gonna kill him. Dude, I'm literally not even taking damage in these fights. Hey! Aren't I meant to bind people? Or did I not unlock that yet? I didn't unlock it yet. Well, now I'm like, should we wait to kill this other guy? Guess I should have bound him. Didn't complete the research. Classic blunder. I am still getting level ups though, which is pretty nice. Let's take precognition on you. We did spend all that time doing that. We might as well use it. So I can't believe Bone Daddy is just chilling at home. No army, no nothing. I really can't afford to give him an army, so. Pretty much I clear this guy out. I go move on the Altar of Elements. And then that's it. Then it's like I start attacking. I'll probably move up, burn down this outpost. I could just start clearing out mob camps. But I'll probably like attack Boulder. Just because I can. It's either that or we attack Halcyon, then go immediately underground to Pinnacle and just vassalize her. Either or are not bad options. We got 5 turns until we can bind our first wonder, which is also going to give us 50 knowledge, which is going to speed us along on this magic victory. We're currently in last place. But I don't know if this is just like random until somebody actually completes objectives here. So we'll have to wait and see. Oh yeah, I did want to see this. I forgot we unlocked the item forge. %60 chance of inflicting weakened. I mean, we pretty much inflict weakened no matter what. Immobilize, critical damage. How many of these can I put on here? A lot, I guess. Technically, quite a lot. This guy's pure materium, so he's going to have constructs. Fallstar is also material, so he's going to have constructs. I'm going to put Construct Slayer on this item if I use it. This will give me a 12-12 melee attack. With Sunder Defense, Poison, Critical Damage, and Construct Slayer. I would need to break apart a bunch of stuff, but not that much. $350. Basically, like, I'd probably go like that. 40, 80, 160, 240. Okay, I'd have to break apart almost everything we own. It'd give me a pretty good bump on damage. I'd go from 10-8 to 12-12. This is already a tier 4 Dragon Claw, though. So I don't know whether or not I'd lose other parts on this. Or how exactly that works. You know what? I'll look into it. We got our big guy. We're ready to boogie. It's turn 58. The song's hitting a beautiful climax. I think that's the perfect place to stop for today, because that's all the time we got. That's it. Thank you for joining me for today. We're going to be back tomorrow. We're going to continue this campaign then as we basically just start going to war with other factions. I think it should be a lot of fun. Until then, ta-ta.